Across the desert, where the wind moves like an ancient memory, the sands of Saqqara lie quietly beneath the sun, a landscape older than any kingdom, older than the stories carved into stone. Here, time does not pass. It settles, layer upon layer, the way forgotten civilizations once settled along the Nile. In this vast silence, the pyramids rise, not as monuments, but as questions, patient, immovable, waiting for us to understand. Most visitors know the Great Pyramids of Giza, but Saqqara is different. It is deeper, stranger, more elusive. Its Step Pyramid, the first of its kind, stands like a prototype of genius, as though shaped by hands that understood something long before Egypt's golden age began. Beneath the shifting dunes lie corridors, tombs, and chambers that seem to whisper of experiments, revisions, and lost intentions. Who really built the pyramids of Saqqara? And were they the first architects of a vision that stretched far beyond their time? The evidence is scattered. Blocks that defy simple explanation, burial shafts too precise to dismiss, and alignments that suggest a knowledge older than the dynasties we can name. Tonight, we walk into the silence of Saqqara, to listen, to wonder, and to follow the faintest traces of its ancient truth. Chapter 1. The Saqqara Necropolis Plateau, stretching across the pale expanse of the Egyptian desert. The Saqqara Plateau rises like a threshold between the living and the dead. Its surface, seemingly flat and endless at first glance, conceals an intricate tapestry of tombs, chapels, and ceremonial enclosures. Their stones, whispering of more than 7 millennia of human devotion and ingenuity. Here, beneath the relentless sun, the dead have been laid to rest in patterns that suggest more than chance or convenience. Careful choreography of space, orientation, and hierarchy, one that scholars still struggle to fully understand. From the earliest pre-dynastic graves of the First Dynasty to the monumental pyramids of the Old Kingdom, and later, into the labyrinthine catacombs of the Greco-Roman era, Saqqara is a palimpsest of civilization, each layer quietly folded upon the next, even from a distance. The Step Pyramid of Djoser dominates the plateau, its jagged contours, a bold declaration of human ambition. Designed by the architect Imhotep, it represents the earliest known attempt to scale stone into a monumental form. A shift from the modest mastabas to a pyramid that climbs skyward in deliberate stages. Yet, the Step Pyramid is not isolated. Around it, lesser tombs, some of earthen brick, some of finely cut limestone, form a latticework that hints at planning on a scale that surpasses individual ambition. Archaeologists have noted the regularity of these placements. Grids and axes that suggest the layout of a city, not merely a burial ground. The precision is remarkable for a civilization still in its formative years, raising questions that linger in the shadows of the plateau. Was this the product of slow evolution over centuries, or did it emerge from knowledge already codified in ways lost to history? Beneath the sun-baked surface, the plateau conceals secrets that even the most meticulous excavation has only begun to reveal. Modern surveys, particularly those using remote sensing technologies under the supervision of the Egyptian Ministry of Antiquities, have uncovered traces of structures older than any surviving tomb. Some appear as mere outlines in the sand, yet others hint at stone foundations buried beneath the known monuments. A growing number of archaeologists now wonder whether Saqqara was not simply a necropolis that evolved over time, but a sacred site whose blueprint predates the dynastic narrative altogether. These invisible layers speak of a long-forgotten tradition, one that may have guided the placement of monuments and ceremonial spaces. Long before the era of Djoser, the plateau's underground world adds another dimension to its complexity. Deep shafts, hidden chambers, and labyrinthine galleries stretch below the surface, some filled with the relics of burials, others mysteriously empty. The architecture of these subterranean spaces demonstrates an understanding of structural integrity that rivals their above-ground counterparts. Columns are carefully spaced, passageways angled with precision, and chambers often carved with elaborate reliefs. In some instances, later tombs were deliberately placed atop earlier ones, their builders reusing foundations and incorporating pre-existing walls. This layering suggests a reverence for the past, but it also hints at a continuity of knowledge of architectural, astronomical, and ritual precision that spanned generations. The evolution of Saqqara's layout is not merely a matter of stone and sand. It reflects profound social and religious ideologies. Tombs were aligned to cardinal points, corridors oriented according to celestial cycles, and chapels situated to facilitate ritual processions. The Step Pyramid complex itself was surrounded by enclosures, courtyards, and ceremonial halls, each designed to guide the living in the proper respect for the dead. Within these precincts, stelae and reliefs record offerings, sacrifices, and the names of those interred. But even here, the historical record is incomplete. Many inscriptions are fragmentary, eroded by wind, sand, and time, leaving archaeologists to reconstruct intent from the faintest traces. It is as if the plateau itself guards its secrets, permitting only glimpses of a civilization that understood death not as an end, but as an ongoing dialogue between worlds. Excavations in recent decades have uncovered tombs that predate the first dynasty. Their contents, simpler, yet no less deliberate. Ceramic vessels, stone tools, and ochre markings reveal burial practices that echo into later periods, suggesting that the religious and ceremonial character of Saqqara was deeply rooted in local traditions. Even the placement of tombs along specific ridges and depressions appears intentional, possibly reflecting natural topography or ancient cosmological beliefs. Some scholars speculate that the plateau functioned as a spiritual grid, a landscape mapped according to principles now invisible to us. These conjectures are tantalizing, for they hint at a knowledge system sophisticated enough to survive centuries of dynastic change, yet obscure enough to challenge modern understanding. The Step Pyramid is only the beginning. Southward lie the pyramids of Djoser, Djoser's successors, smaller yet still monumental, forming a cascade of stone that mirrors both ambition and continuity. To the north, the Saqqara Necropolis stretches into vast cemeteries, mastabas densely clustered in a rhythm that suggests both practical organization and symbolic meaning. Among these tombs of high officials reveal inscriptions and reliefs of daily life, of rituals, and of the afterlife. Each layer adding texture to the story of a civilization negotiating power, faith, and memory. Even minor tombs were oriented with care, facing avenues and ceremonial pathways that connected them to larger complexes, hinting at a network of relationships extending beyond the visible horizon. Yet, despite centuries of study, much remains unresolved. The plateau's oldest layers resist definitive interpretation, their creators anonymous, their methods sometimes enigmatic. Were they guided by observation of the stars, or by inherited knowledge, lost to the sands? Did the grid-like arrangements emerge organically from repeated use, or were they the deliberate expression of an architectural philosophy we can only glimpse in fragments? The interplay of continuity and innovation is evident everywhere. The recycling of older foundations, the alignment of tombs to celestial markers, the subtle variations in construction techniques. Yet the reasoning behind these choices remains shrouded. Saqqara, single quotes, is enduring mystery is heightened by the mythic resonance it carries. Ancient texts and later Greco-Roman accounts speak of sacred landscapes shaped by gods and demigods, places where the veil between mortal and divine thinned. Some local traditions hint at sacred energies associated with certain ridges and valleys, a belief perhaps rooted in memory of early ritual sites now long lost. While these legends cannot be taken as historical fact, they provide a context for understanding how the plateau may have been experienced by those who first walked its sands. The physical architecture, the pyramids, the hidden shafts intersect with cultural memory, forming a landscape that is simultaneously tangible and symbolic. Exploration of Saqqara is an exercise in patience. Each excavation reveals fragments: a carved lintel, a buried offering, a stone wall slightly askew. These fragments are pieced together into narratives, yet every answer invites new questions. Remote sensing and ground-penetrating radar continue to expose anomalies beneath the surface, voids and foundations previously unknown, suggesting that even the most surveyed sections may conceal entire precincts waiting to be revealed. As archaeologists probe deeper, the plateau seems to expand, its history fractal in complexity, hinting at a civilization whose sophistication may have been underestimated. Walking the plateau today, one can feel the weight of centuries in every stone. The sun bleaches the limestone, shadows deepen in the corridors, and the wind carries the faint whisper of human presence, long vanished yet lingering. Saqqara is not merely a necropolis. It is a living record of continuity and adaptation, of reverence and ambition, of knowledge preserved and knowledge lost. Its step pyramids and mastabas stand as monuments, not only to kings and nobles, but to the very idea of civilization, its ability to plan, to dream, and to endure. And yet, as we peer into its sands, we are reminded that the story of Saqqara is far from complete. The older layers, the reused foundations, the subterranean chambers hint at a narrative that begins before dynasties were named and continues in ways we may never fully grasp. Each discovery reframes what we know, revealing the plateau not as a static site, frozen in time, but as a dynamic landscape shaped by generations whose intentions, fears, and aspirations remain partially obscured. It is this tension between knowledge and mystery that gives Saqqara its enduring fascination, a place where the past is tangible, yet never fully known. As the light fades over the horizon, shadows lengthen across the stones, tracing paths laid millennia ago. The necropolis seems to breathe, its silence heavy with unanswered questions. Who first organized this sacred ground? Which hands laid the earliest stones? And what vision guided them? For every tomb we open, there are countless others, their secrets buried beneath centuries of sand, waiting in quiet defiance of time. In Saqqara, the dead speak, but they do so in riddles, fragments, echoes, and glimpses that invite us to listen, to wonder, and to step ever deeper into the enigmatic heart of Egypt's oldest necropolis. Chapter 2: The Step Pyramid of Djoser. Rising from the desert sands of Saqqara, the Step Pyramid of Djoser emerges not as a single, monolithic form, but as a layered testament to human ingenuity at the dawn of stone construction. Built during Egypt's third dynasty, around 2670 BC, it stands as the earliest known large-scale stone monument in the world. Quiet, monumental whisper from a civilization still discovering the language of enduring architecture. What survives today is both familiar and enigmatic. A six-tiered edifice encased within a vast limestone enclosure. Yet beneath its surface, and through the veiled shadows of its corridors, lies a complexity that defies easy explanation. The pyramid was conceived by Imhotep, whose name has survived millennia, yet whose life remains shrouded in near myth. Trained as an architect, physician, and priest, Imhotep transformed the funerary landscape of Egypt. The Step Pyramid did not begin as the colossal structure we recognize. It began as a simple mastaba, a flat-roofed, rectangular tomb typical of the era. One layer gave way to another, until what began as a modest burial structure became a soaring, six-step monument. Each successive layer seems deliberate, a measured ascension both physically and symbolically, hinting at a conceptual vision that fused ritual cosmology, an emerging mastery of stone surrounding the pyramid. The limestone courtyard sprawls like an earthly reflection of celestial order. Enclosures, chapels, and ceremonial structures frame the central monument, each aligned with care and precision. The walls of the pyramid's subterranean chambers extend for over 5 kilometers, weaving a labyrinth of corridors, burial shafts, and hidden rooms. Archaeologists have explored fragments of these passages, often forced to retreat as sections collapse or fill with sand and debris. Within these passages, the walls are adorned with blue faience tiles, carefully arranged to imitate the texture of reed matza, deliberate homage to the architectural forms of earlier generations. Here, the builders bridged tradition and innovation, honoring the past while experimenting with the permanence of stone. These details, small yet deliberate, reveal an era in transition. The Step Pyramid marks a turning point. The shift from ephemeral, organic materials to durable stone. A revolution in which architecture itself becomes a medium of memory and power. Yet, even as the pyramid's stonework endures, the full extent of its purpose remains uncertain. Were the corridors merely functional, intended to protect the king's body and treasures? Or did they encode ritual knowledge, astronomical alignments, or sacred geometries, now lost to time? Scholars like Jean-Philippe Lauer devoted decades to studying, suggesting that the complex's layout carries symbolic meaning older than the Third Dynasty itself, perhaps drawn from earlier dynastic or even pre-dynastic conceptions of death, rebirth, and the journey to the eternal. Exploring the Step Pyramid is a journey into shadow and light. Sunlight touches the upper terraces with golden clarity, yet the tunnels below are dark, cold, and silent. The smell of limestone dust hangs in the air, and in the narrow shafts, the faint echo of footsteps from millennia ago seems almost audible. Within these corridors, the walls whisper in the language of geometry and ritual. Niches, false doors, and miniature chambers suggest a world of belief and ceremony now inaccessible. Archaeologists have found traces of offerings, carvings, and inscriptions that hint at the king's passage into the afterlife, but much remains unreachable. Some chambers, unstable and delicate, resist exploration, leaving a portion of the pyramid's secrets unspoken. Imhotep's genius lies not only in the pyramid's scale, but in its conceptual layering. Each step rises above the last, echoing the architectural forms of mud-brick mastabas while asserting the permanence of stone. This repetition is both functional and symbolic, a stairway bridging earth and sky, the temporal and the eternal. Surrounding structures, temples, shrines, and ceremonial enclosures mirror and magnify this motif, suggesting that the pyramid was never meant to stand in isolation. It was a focal point, a nexus of political, religious, and cosmic order, placed at the heart of a ritual landscape whose boundaries have blurred over thousands of years. The Step Pyramid also challenges our understanding of labor and technique in the early Third Dynasty. The precision of its stonework, the careful alignment of its corridors, and the uniformity of its blocks reveal an organized workforce, sophisticated tools, and knowledge of construction far ahead of its time. Scholars debate how the massive stones were quarried, transported, and fitted with such precision. Some suggest simple ramps, yet others point to lost techniques now erased from memory. Within this stone labyrinth, the imprint of human hands, measuring, adjusting, remains palpable, as if the walls themselves hold the echo of countless craftsmen working in silence under the desert sun. Yet, there is an ambiguity that refuses to be resolved. The Step Pyramid is at once a beginning and an echo. It inaugurates Egypt's age of stone monuments while preserving traces of older, more organic traditions. It embodies the tension between permanence and memory, innovation and continuity. Even with centuries of excavation and study, questions linger. Why were certain passages sealed? Why were blue faience tiles chosen to imitate ephemeral reed mats? What of the astronomical alignments that may mark solstices or stellar movements? Each answer seems to reveal more complexity, layering new mysteries atop old foundations. The Step Pyramid also occupies a liminal space between myth and history. Imhotep himself, later deified as a god of wisdom and healing, straddles this divide. His role as architect is recorded, yet the spiritual and cosmological intentions behind his work remains speculative. As one wanders through Saqqara, it is easy to feel the presence of centuries converging, the living memory of the king, the labor of countless workers, the observation of celestial patterns, and the echo of myths that shaped early Egypt's understanding of life, death, and eternity. The pyramid becomes more than stone. It becomes a vessel for ancestral thought, a conduit through which humans sought to articulate the inexpressible. Over time, the Step Pyramid has weathered millennia of change. Sand, wind, and occasional human interference have altered its surface. Yet the form persists. Restoration efforts in the 20th century, led by dedicated archaeologists like Lauer, have stabilized much of the structure, allowing modern observers to glimpse its original grandeur. Even so, large portions remain inaccessible, and the labyrinth below continues to conceal chambers whose purposes may never be fully understood. In these silent spaces, the Step Pyramid retains its power to provoke awe, inviting us to confront the limits of our knowledge and the depths of human imagination at a moment when civilization itself was taking its first monumental steps in stone. Perhaps the most haunting aspect of the Step Pyramid is its simultaneity. It is at once a work of art, a technological marvel, and a sacred monument. Its presence is as much psychological and spiritual as it is physical. Standing before it, one feels the weight of ambition, devotion, and ritual thought accumulated over thousands of years. One senses the human desire to reach beyond mortality, to fix memory into matter, to create an enduring statement in the language of stone. And yet, for all its grandeur, it refuses to yield all its secrets. The corridors, the faience tiles, the layered terraces, they suggest meaning, but never fully reveal it. In the end, the Step Pyramid of Djoser remains a threshold. It is a bridge between eras, between ephemeral past and enduring present. It is a beginning, yet also a question, a stone sentinel that asks us to consider the origins of monumental thought, the intentions of architects long vanished, and the forces that shaped early dynastic Egypt. Its 6 steps ascend not only into the sky, but into the very consciousness of history itself, a slow, deliberate reminder that some knowledge, no matter how carefully encoded in stone, is meant to be approached with reverence and, to remain, in part, forever beyond our reach. Chapter 3. Imhotep's Lost Archives. Beneath the pale, shifting sands of Saqqara, the Step Pyramid of Djoser rises, an early monolith of human ambition, a stone echo of minds that once moved the world. It was here, in the 3rd dynasty of Egypt, that Imhotep served as vizier, high priest, and architect, a figure whose name would be whispered across centuries. With reverence bordering on the mythic, he is credited with the design of this pyramid, the first of its kind, a radical transformation of stone and ritual into vertical form. Yet, for all the enduring solidity of his constructions, the words of Imhotep himself have largely vanished into the desert. What knowledge he once recorded, what calculations, formulas, or sacred instructions he wrote, has disappeared, leaving only traces in the labyrinth of later texts, fragments, and inscriptions that speak of a mind at the very center of early Egyptian innovation. Ancient sources hint at a library, the House of Imhotep, a repository said to have contained medical treatises, architectural plans, ritual instructions, and the principles of celestial alignment that guided early pyramid construction. In these references, found in texts composed centuries after his death, Imhotep is remembered as more than a man. He becomes a sage, a figure of near-divine knowledge, whose learning spanned healing, mathematics, and the secrets of the heavens. Greek authors of the Ptolemaic era, Herodotus among them, would recount stories of Imhotep as a man whose intellect rivaled the gods. Yet, these accounts are distant echoes, written long after the libraries themselves had crumbled, and they leave more questions than answers. What exactly did he write? Where were these texts kept? And why have they vanished so completely? Modern archaeology has searched for physical traces of this lost archive, with patient diligence. Excavations around the Step Pyramids. Southern Court, a section often overshadowed by the monumental scale of the central steps, have revealed anomalous subtle depressions, shifted stone blocks, voids detected through ground-penetrating radar. Some of these voids suggest spaces deliberately hidden or forgotten, chambers that might once have served as storage for scrolls, tools, or ritual objects. The Southern Court, oriented with precision to the cardinal points, may have been more than ceremonial space. It may have housed a repository of Imhotep's designs, an early archive where knowledge could be protected from time and theft. Yet, despite these tantalizing hints, no definitive record of his writings has emerged. Fragments of papyrus discovered in Saqqara and nearby necropolises give a glimpse into the intellectual world of the Third Dynasty. Surveying diagrams, fractional measurements, and rudimentary geometric constructions point to a sophisticated understanding of proportion and alignment. Scholars have noted that these fragments reveal principles of sacred geometry, including the use of right triangles and inclined planes, ideas that would later be echoed in the precise dimensions of the Great Pyramids at Giza. Imhotep's hand may have guided these calculations, though, without his original texts, it is impossible to confirm. Yet, even these small remnants suggest a continuity of thought, a civilization capable of mapping the cosmos onto stone, of turning theoretical knowledge into monumental, enduring form. The absence of the original archives carries its own weight. Unlike later civilizations that preserved manuals or codices, the Old Kingdom seems to have relied on apprenticeship, memory, and ritual instruction to transmit technical knowledge. Imhotep, as both architect and priest, may have considered writing as only part of the process, perhaps even secondary to oral instruction and ceremonial demonstration. In this light, the loss of the written word is not entirely accidental. The transmission of knowledge may have been inseparable from sacred ritual, a living process rather than a static record. Yet the fragments that survive Greek commentaries, scattered papyri, and architectural features themselves suggest that the intellectual universe of the Old Kingdom was more complex than modern eyes often allow. In the shadow of the Step Pyramid, one can almost sense the echo of those missing scrolls. Imagine a chamber filled with papyri, inscribed with technical diagrams, lists of materials, instructions for leveling stone, and the ratios used to determine the pyramid's slope. Perhaps there were sketches of the heavens, annotations on the rising of Sirius, tables of lunar months and solar alignments, and medical notes that blended observation with ritual practice. These texts would have been at once practical and sacred, bridging the realms of geometry, astronomy, and theology. The fact that they have not survived adds a subtle tension to the narrative of Egyptian civilization. We can see the results of extraordinary knowledge, yet the codex of its origin has been erased. Greek and Roman sources often amplified the legend of Imhotep, attributing to him wisdom that transcended any single field. Ti was later deified, worshipped as a god of medicine, a patron of learning. Such reverence, however, cannot replace the primary documents he may have produced. It is as if history itself conspired to obscure the exact methods behind Egypt's first steps into monumental stone. Archaeologists and historians are left to interpret the physical evidence, the angles of the Step Pyramid's courses, the arrangement of its mortuary temples, the anomalies beneath its court, hoping to reconstruct techniques that were once codified on fragile papyrus and possibly hidden in spaces yet. Unexeavated. The search for Imhotep's archives is more than a quest for texts. It is a search for a mindset, a glimpse into a world where observation, ritual, and mathematics were inseparable. Consider the southern court of the Step Pyramid. Its paving stones align with remarkable precision. Its walls follow proportions that suggest careful calculation. Its orientation interacts subtly with the solstices. These features may be echoes of what would have been written instructions or diagrams, now lost. Each carefully placed block, each angled passageway, might contain encoded information, a physical manifestation of knowledge rather than its literal record. Ground penetrating. Radar surveys in recent decades have rekindled hope that the hidden chambers of Saqqara may still harbor secrets. Small voids beneath the court's paving have been detected. Shadows. Beneath shadows, spaces that might once have held scrolls, tablets, or ritual objects. Yet the excavation of these spaces is fraught with difficulty. Layers of debris, centuries of collapse, and modern preservation concerns slow progress to a near standstill. Every probe is deliberate, every excavation tentative. And in this patience lies a mirror of the original knowledge itself, deliberate, precise, and cautiously preserved. The absence of immediate discovery deepens the sense of mystery, echoing the vanished voice of Imhotep. In contemplating the lost archives, one must consider the broader implications for our understanding of early Egyptian engineering. The Step Pyramid is not only a tomb, it is a manifesto in stone, a crystallization of thought, mathematics, and ritual. Its very existence points to the presence of systematic planning, documentation, and instruction. Even in the absence of the original texts, the architectural evidence acts as a kind of surrogate archive, preserving methods, ratios, and alignments in three-dimensional form. This silent testimony suggests that Imhotep's work was both innovative and pedagogical, designed to instruct future generations even when the written word could not survive. Yet for all the care of its construction, for all the mythic aura that surrounds Imhotep, the Step Pyramid reminds us of absence as much as presence. The questions that remain. What did the house of Imhotep contain? Were there additional chambers, still undiscovered, beneath the southern court? Did these texts detail methods of surveying, formulas for stone cutting, or more esoteric rituals linger like the desert wind across the ruins? They invite speculation, careful measurement, and cautious hope. Each fragment discovered, each void mapped, is a step closer to understanding. Yet the full voice of Imhotep remains tantalizingly beyond reach. To walk among the stones of Saqqara is to confront time itself, to touch the edges of memory that refuse to be fully reconstructed. Imhotep's genius survives in the pyramid, in the precision of its steps, in the subtle angles of its walls, and in the faint echoes of a library that may have once housed the knowledge of a civilization. But the documents themselves, the handwritten instructions, the formulas, the sacred calculations, remain lost. They are a void in the record, a deliberate silence, perhaps, that mirrors the deliberate care with which the Old Kingdom transmitted knowledge, orally and through practice. The Step Pyramid stands monumental, yet incomplete, a testament to what survives and a reminder of what is gone. In the end, the search for Imhotep's lost archives is a meditation on the fragility of knowledge and the enduring power of stone. It invites us to consider how civilizations record their genius, how memory is preserved, and how the sacred and the practical can merge into form. The Southern Court, the hidden voids, the fragmented papyrus are pieces of a puzzle whose central pieces may forever remain missing. Yet even in absence, there is presence, a legacy of intellect, ritual, and wonder, stretching across millennia, whispering of a sage who transformed stone into instruction and imagination, and whose voice, though lost, continues to echo through the ages, unanswered yet profoundly felt. Chapter 4. The Unfinished Pyramid of Serapeum, the sun-scorched sands of Saqqara. Just southwest of the monumental Step Pyramid of Djoser lies a quieter enigma, the Unfinished Pyramid of Saqqara. For centuries, its presence was concealed beneath layers of wind-blown sand and the weight of forgotten time. Unlike the soaring Step of Djoser, Sekemket's pyramid never ascended fully toward the sky, leaving only the suggestion of its intended grandeur. It remained largely invisible to antiquities chroniclers until the mid-20th century, when the Egyptian archaeologist Saqqara Necropolis began peeling back the desert layers to reveal what had been hidden for nearly 4 millennia. Excavation in the 1950s revealed a complex of stone that seemed to whisper the ambitions of a ruler whose reign was brief, yet no less profound. The pyramid's core was composed of tightly set limestone blocks, meticulously cut and aligned, demonstrating a continuation and refinement of the architectural language pioneered at Djoser's Step Pyramid. Ganem uncovered a labyrinth of corridors, galleries, and storage chambers that mirrored, yet subtly improved upon, the older complex. Every passage, every corner, bore the marks of artisans who were building not merely for eternity, but for an evolving vision of permanence and power. The most arresting discovery lay within the heart of the pyramid. At the terminus of its subterranean corridors rested a sarcophagus of polished alabaster, sealed and pristine, untouched by tomb robbers or time. Yet it was empty. Its smooth interior reflected the light of torches, echoing a silence that has since intrigued scholars and enthusiasts alike. How could such a carefully prepared tomb, designed to cradle a king for the afterlife, lie unoccupied? Sekhemkhet himself had vanished into the shadows of history. His short reign, estimated at only 6 to 7 years, may have denied him the funerary rites that his ambitious pyramid demanded. And so, the unfinished pyramid became a capsule not only of stone, but of interrupted intentions, of human aspiration halted abruptly by mortality. Exploring the corridors, one notices subtle refinements in design that suggest an evolution beyond Djoser's model. The substructure of Sekhemkhet's pyramid is more compact, more sophisticated in its arrangement of galleries and storage chambers, and its internal architecture hints at a greater understanding of weight distribution and structural integrity. Some walls bear unusual cut marks, indicating that certain blocks may have been repurposed from older, even pre-dynastic constructions. Here, in these subterranean halls, we find evidence of a continuity that stretches beyond individual kings, a lineage of architectural knowledge, handed down, adapted, and sometimes interrupted, as if the stones themselves remembered a language older than the pharaohs who commanded them. Geological studies of the plateau beneath Sekhemkhet's pyramid have added further intrigue. Beneath the carefully arranged limestone, there are traces of earlier cultural deposits, pottery fragments, flint tools, and other remnants of pre-dynastic settlements. These layers suggest that the site was not chosen arbitrarily, but occupied a landscape already deemed sacred, a terrain where memory and ritual had long been inscribed. In building here, Sekhemkhet's architects were engaging not only with the material of their time, but with the accumulated weight of generations who had shaped and understood this desert plateau. Each stone laid above these earlier deposits was both a continuation and a deliberate erasure, a layering of ambitions across centuries. Zachariah Ganem's reports detail the care with which the pyramid's chambers were conceived. Storage rooms, intended for offerings and ritual objects, were positioned with precise alignment to the main corridors. Galleries that might once have displayed ceremonial artifacts remain empty, yet their dimensions and orientation speak to an architectural logic, both functional and symbolic. Some scholars argue that these design choices indicate a deliberate cosmological program, echoing the celestial alignments seen in other Third Dynasty complexes. The pyramid, even in its unfinished state, reflects a sophisticated understanding of geometry, astronomy, and ritual significance, convergence of technical skill and sacred intention. Yet, much about Sekhemkhet's project remains tantalizingly opaque. The abrupt halt to construction leaves unanswered questions. Was it merely the brevity of the king's reign that stopped the work? Or did unforeseen circumstances, political, environmental, or the emptiness of the alabaster sarcophagus suggests an incomplete funerary sequence? Yet the presence of meticulously sealed chambers hints at preparations that were, at least initially, intended to be permanent. Each corridor, each block, is imbued with potentiality, unfinished narrative, suspended in stone, frozen in a moment of historical tension. The comparison to Djoser's pyramid underscores the delicate evolution of early dynastic architecture. While Djoser's step reaches upward with pronounced tiers, Saqqara's ambition was subtler, more refined. The stones are placed with an attention to interlocking precision, their faces smoothed and carefully fitted. The galleries are lower, more compact, almost intimate, suggesting an understanding of internal space that anticipates later innovations. It is as though the architects were experimenting, refining techniques in real time, guided by both inherited knowledge and the unpredictable pressures of a reign cut short. The pyramid also offers glimpses into broader questions about early Egyptian society. The reuse of older blocks implies a consciousness of material economy, and perhaps reverence for the past. The presence of pre-dynastic layers beneath the foundation raises the possibility that Saqqara's complex was meant to engage with a deeper memory of the land, connecting his rule to a continuum that stretched far beyond the dynastic timeline. Here, architecture becomes both a statement of power and a meditation on time, a dialogue between the fleeting life of a king and the enduring presence of stone. As one walks the shadowed corridors today, it is impossible not to sense the subtle mythic undertone that permeates the site. The unfinished pyramid, empty yet deliberate, stands as a monument to what was begun but never realized, paradox of permanence and absence. It invites reflection on the fragility of human plans in the face of mortality, and the persistence of memory inscribed in stone. Every block, every passageway, whispers a story of ambition, of labor, of ritual, and of sudden cessation. In its unfinished state, Saqqara's pyramid does not merely conceal secrets, it embodies them. Modern archaeologists continue to debate the significance of these silent halls. Some see the pyramid as a transitional experiment, bridging the bold architectural language of Djoser with the later, more monumental forms of the Fourth Dynasty. Others emphasize the poignancy of incompletion, reading the site as a rare, unmediated glimpse into the processes of royal tomb construction, preserved, not through narrative, but through the material traces of human effort. And while every excavation uncovers more detail, each new discovery seems only to deepen the mystery. The empty sarcophagus, the sealed galleries, the reused stones all speak to a history partially lost, partially preserved, caught between what was intended and what could be achieved. Walking the plateau above Saqqara today, one is struck by the stillness, the weight of time pressing gently down. The pyramid's outer casing stones, long stripped or buried, hint at a geometry that never reached completion. Wind sweeps across the plateau, brushing against walls and corridors, as if urging the visitor to consider not only what was built, but what remained forever suspended. Saqqara's name survives in inscriptions and fragmented lists, yet his resting place, and the full measure of his architectural vision, remains elusive. The unfinished pyramid is, in many ways, a meditation on intention itself. It reminds us that history is rarely neat, that human ambition often encounters the limits of life, circumstance, and fortune. The site preserves not merely stone, but a moment frozen between creation and cessation, a space where the work of artisans, the dreams of a king, and the deep memory of the desert converge. In the silence of its chambers, in the emptiness of its alabaster tomb, there is a quiet resonance that echoes far beyond the confines of Saqqara. Resonance that speaks to the enduring human desire to shape permanence, even when the work remains unfinished. As the sun sets over the desert, casting long shadows across the plateau, the unfinished pyramid seems to breathe with its own slow rhythm. It is a place of questions, of interrupted journeys, of architectural language suspended in time. Formed corridors and empty halls, we glimpse the intimate intersection of ambition, mortality, and memory. Saqqara's pyramid does not offer answers, only the quiet invitation to witness, a vision halted, yet still present a testament to the enduring power of what was begun, and the haunting poetry of what was left unfinished. Chapter 5. The The layer pyramid of Djoser. Nestled in the sands between the sprawling necropolis of Saqqara and the monumental plateau of Giza, lies a structure that has long eluded the full attention of Egyptology. Known simply as the layer pyramid, its very name hints at the secret within. A construction of alternating strata, thick blocks of stone interspersed with thin layers of rubble, as though the builders themselves were experimenting with the alchemy of weight and form. Unlike the pyramids that dominate our imagination, this one does not proclaim grandeur with a flawless silhouette or inscriptions in gold and paint. Instead, it whispers of experimentation, of trial and error, of a civilization negotiating the limits of stone and gravity. In a moment of architectural infancy, the pyramid dates to the late 3rd dynasty, a period when Egypt was consolidating the lessons of the first monumental pyramids, those earlier step forms that still marked a tentative reach toward the heavens. Here at Djoser, the design seems transitional, bridging the rough geometry of the step pyramid with the smoother inclinations that would later define the Giza Plateau. Archaeologists have noted the subtle shifts in technique. Blocks not perfectly uniform, layers of rubble, serving as buffers to distribute weight, and internal chambers oriented with careful precision. Despite the apparent improvisation, it is a puzzle of intent, a structure that embodies the tension between tradition and innovation. Beneath its modest outer form lies a descending corridor that cuts deep into the bedrock, an approach shared by other early royal tombs, but executed here with a singular sense of purpose. The corridor leads to a massive oval sarcophagus, carved meticulously from a single block of granite. The monolithic coffin, immense and imposing, suggests a reverence for the deceased that transcends the incomplete state of the pyramid above. Its lid, weighing several tons, had been placed even before the chamber walls were finished. Practice observed again in the Step Pyramid complex at Saqqara. Such a method implies a confidence, or perhaps a ritual necessity, in the sequence of construction. The builders were not merely stacking stone, they were negotiating the interplay between permanence and temporality, between the living hands that shaped the rock and the eternity that awaited the pharaoh within. The pyramid's interior, though unfinished, offers tantalizing insights into the experimental spirit of its creators. The alternating layers of stone and rubble may have been an early solution to a problem that would vex generations: how to maintain stability while achieving height. In later structures, we see perfected courses of massive limestone and carefully dressed granite. Here, at Djoser, we glimpse the thought process, itself the iterative struggle. The small adjustments made over decades of work, the trial of new techniques without the guarantee of success. Each layer tells a story of calculation and adaptation, of the trial and error that eventually informed the smooth, enduring profiles of the 4th dynasty pyramids. Yet much about this site remains enigmatic. The pyramid bears few inscriptions, leaving its royal owner a matter of conjecture. Scholars have suggested several possible candidates from the late 3rd dynasty, including the elusive pharaohs who followed Djoser, but no definitive name emerges. This absence of textual evidence only heightens the sense of mystery. We are left to interpret intentions from stones and voids, from corridors that slope into darkness, from a sarcophagus that alone hints at the ambitions of the one interred. It is a silence that seems almost deliberate, as if history itself has chosen to guard its secrets here. In the wind-swept expanse between two of Egypt's most celebrated necropolis, the pyramid's proximity to Saqqara suggests a network of shared knowledge. Quarry teams, stonemasons, and architects may have moved fluidly between sites, carrying with them techniques and innovations, refining skills from one project to the next. Archaeologists have noted parallels between the layer pyramid's construction and elements found in other 3rd dynasty tombs. The use of core masonry with filler rubble, the descending passages, the orientation of internal chambers, these echoes hint at a broader architectural culture, one in which ideas were transmitted through observation, apprenticeship, and hands-on trial, rather than written codex. The layer pyramid, in this light, becomes a silent witness to the evolution of an entire craft. The granite sarcophagus itself is a monument within a monument. Its smooth, elliptical form contrasts with the irregularity of the surrounding layers, as though the builders reserved their most precise work for the resting place of the pharaoh. Moving such a mass without modern machinery would have required extraordinary planning, teamwork, and knowledge of leverage and counterweight. The very act of placing the lid before the walls were complete hints at a conceptual framework that transcended immediate practicality. The builders were thinking not only in terms of stone and stability, but of ritual sequence, perhaps guided by beliefs about the journey of the soul, the sanctity of the tomb, and the transformation from mortal to divine. Despite its unfinished state, the layer pyramid reflects a sophistication often underestimated in early Egyptian architecture. The experimentation evident in its layers, the precision in its descending corridor, and the careful placement of the sarcophagus suggests that the architects were deeply engaged with both engineering and cosmology. They were negotiating a dual challenge: to erect a structure capable of surviving centuries, while simultaneously encoding beliefs about kingship, death, and the afterlife into stone. Each misalignment corrected, each layer carefully considered, tells a story of learning and motion, a civilization discovering the laws of weight and gravity alongside the metaphysics of eternity. The scarcity of inscriptions amplifies the aura of mystery. Unlike Djoser's Step Pyramid or the monuments at Giza, there is little textual guidance to clarify purpose, patronage, or ritual. In this silence, myth and speculation often creep in, as if the pyramid itself invites contemplation beyond the tangible. Who was laid to rest here? And why was the project left incomplete? Were the interruptions political, practical, or ritualistic? The answers remain veiled, hidden in the subtle irregularities of masonry and in the shadows of the descending corridor. Every unanswered question deepens the allure, reminding us that history is as much absence as presence, a dialogue between what endures and what is lost. For modern archaeologists, the layer pyramid presents both frustration and fascination. Excavations reveal techniques, quarry marks, and construction traces that illuminate broader trends. Yet each discovery raises new questions. How did the builders transport massive granite blocks across miles of desert? How did they coordinate teams without extensive written plans? What influenced the choice to alternate stone and rubella? Purely structural consideration, or did symbolic or ritual factors play a role? These are the threads that weave the narrative of early pyramid construction, tentative, adaptive, and imbued with a sense of sacred purpose. As one moves across the site today, the layered masonry presents a tactile chronicle of human endeavor. The rough courses of stone, interspersed with rubble, echo with the presence of hands that shaped, lifted, and placed each piece. The deep corridor, cool and shadowed, speaks of descent, of passage, of anticipation. The sarcophagus, massive and silent, commands a quiet reverence. The pyramid may not rise to the heights of Giza, nor bear the elaborate inscriptions of later monuments. Yet it embodies a critical moment in the evolution of monumental architecture, moment when experimentation, ambition, and belief converged in stone. The layer pyramid of Zoyet Ilarion reminds us that the story of Egypt's pyramids is not merely a tale of triumphal geometry. It is a story of process, of adaptation, of knowledge slowly transmitted and perfected across generations. Here, in the alternating layers of stone and rubble, we glimpse the architect's dialogue with both material and myth. They wrestled with forces seen and unseen, negotiating the laws of weight and the imperatives of eternity. The unfinished walls, the enigmatic sarcophagus, the silent corridors, invite us to consider the humanity behind the stones, the persistent quest for permanence, and the enduring mysteries that have yet to yield their secrets. And so, the layer pyramid stands, partially realized, partially hidden, a testament to an age of experimentation and vision. It offers no final answers, only pathways into the thoughts of those who first dared to shape the desert into a monument. Its stones hum with questions of technique, purpose, and patronage. As the wind stirs the sands around Zoyat El Aryan, one cannot help but feel that in its silence and incompleteness, the pyramid continues to watch, waiting for understanding that may never fully arrive. Chapter 6. The Pyramid Texts of Teti. Standing upon the silent sands of Saqqara, the Pyramid of Teti rises as both a monument and a mystery. It is not the grandest of Egypt's royal tombs, its limestone blocks modest compared to the soaring structures of Gizeh. Within its heart lies something far more extraordinary, the earliest known pyramid texts. These carvings, etched into the stone of the burial chambers, date back over for millennia. They speak not merely of death, but of transformation, the resurrection of a king, the voyage of a soul through the shadowed corridors of the underworld, the ascent into realms of divinity. Teti, the first ruler of the 6th dynasty, did not simply seek a tomb. He sought a passage, a bridge between the mortal and the eternal. The texts appear abruptly in the archaeological record. Before Teti's reign, no comparable inscriptions are found in royal tombs. And yet, when they emerge, they do so fully formed, elaborate, precise, and imbued with a symbolic complexity that seems far older than the stone upon which it is carved. Spells that call upon deities, invoke protective forces, and describe the king's elevation among the gods are arranged with meticulous care. Scholars have long marveled at their sophistication. Each utterance, each image, carries layers of meaning, some obvious, others hidden, perhaps deliberately encoded to be understood only by those initiated into the ancient mysteries. The suddenness of their appearance has fueled debate for decades. How could such a developed corpus emerge without precedent? Some suggest the pyramid texts crystallized along oral tradition, centuries of recited incantations whispered by priests in temple sanctuaries, finally committed to stone during Teti's reign. In this view, the texts are the crystallized voice of a culture that valued memory over manuscript, rhythm over record. Others propose that the pyramid texts were copied from earlier writings, now lost to time, manuscripts, perhaps kept in temple libraries, eroded by neglect, pillaged in antiquity, or deliberately erased. Either scenario underscores a truth that persists across Egyptology. The origins of these texts remain frustratingly elusive, a ghostly echo of knowledge that once flowed through the Nile Valley. Within the chambers of Teti's pyramid, the texts themselves are astonishing in their precision. Pyroglyphs are carved with a skill that preserves the elegance of brushwork in stone. The passages are not merely decorative, they are functional, designed to guide, protect, and transform. Astronomical references appear alongside invocations of gods, such as Osiris, Anubis, and Atum. The king is spoken of as rising into the sky, joining the circumpolar stars, becoming one with eternal constellations. This combination of cosmology, theology, and ritual practice signals a remarkable convergence, a civilization codifying its spiritual understanding into a permanent form. What is particularly striking is the continuity observed in later pyramids. The pyramid texts of Teti are echoed in the subsequent pyramids of the 6th dynasty and beyond. There is an almost unbroken lineage of ritual and inscription, a systematized blueprint that would guide funerary practices for centuries. Yet, paradoxically, this systematization does not clarify its beginnings. If Teti's texts were merely an innovation, why were they immediately so complete? And if they derive from older sources, where are those sources, and why did only fragments or none at all survive? The answer may be lost in the sands of time, or perhaps deliberately obscured, a layer of secrecy maintained by priests and scribes, whose knowledge was both sacred and guarded. Archaeologists who have studied the pyramid note other remarkable features. The internal layout of Teti's tomb demonstrates an early mastery of spatial organization. Chambers are arranged to support ritual function, not simply to house a coffin. Passages are carefully aligned, both vertically and horizontally, reflecting an understanding of cosmic orientation. The texts themselves interact with the architecture. Certain spells are placed near doorways, others beside niches, suggesting a choreography of words and space intended to animate the tomb with magical efficacy. Here, the physical and spiritual converge. The pyramid is both a structure of stone and a vessel of transformation, a sacred machine designed to elevate a mortal into the divine. The content of the pyramid texts reveals a culture deeply invested in the afterlife, but not as a vague notion of eternity. These are practical instructions, detailed guides for navigating a complex spiritual landscape. They describe the king's body being reassembled, his name being protected, his soul journeying through heavens and underworlds, encountering gods, spirits, and dangers alike. The texts invoke protective spells to shield the king from malevolent forces, and simultaneously provide hymns that allow him to claim his rightful place among the divine. There is a precision here that implies centuries of ritual refinement. This is not haphazard or it is the articulation of a well-established metaphysical system, encoded in language as enduring as stone. The Pyramid of Ti also raises profound questions about the nature of memory, knowledge, and authority. Written language in Egypt was not merely functional, it was sacred. To inscribe these texts was to wield immense power, to manipulate fate itself. The scribes, who etched these passages, were both artisans and magicians, holding the keys to immortality. Yet their identities remain largely invisible. Their work survives, but their names and stories have been erased by time. In this sense, the pyramid texts are as much a monument to anonymous wisdom as they are to the king they honor. They are a silent testimony to the continuity of intellectual and spiritual endeavor, preserved across millennia in the cool, echoing chambers of Saqqara. Modern scholarship continues to probe these mysteries. Linguists analyze phrasing and syntax, tracing subtle shifts in language that hint at earlier oral forms. Astronomers study the celestial alignments embedded in the spells, revealing a sophisticated awareness of the night sky. Anthropologists consider the social and political contexts of Ti's reign, suggesting that these texts may have been as much about legitimizing royal authority as about guiding a spirit beyond death. Each discipline offers fragments of understanding, yet no single approach fully captures the profundity of the pyramid texts. Their power lies in their complexity, in the interplay of ritual, language, and architecture that resists reduction to a simple explanation. There is, too, a sense of the mythic in these spaces. Walking among the stones, one can sense the weight of human intention pressed into the walls. The echo of voices that once spoke these spells aloud. The texts themselves almost seem to breathe, a quiet presence within the tomb, waiting for a reader who understands the invisible rules of their power. And yet, the more we study them, the more they elude us. For every translation, every scholarly insight, another layer of mystery persists. How did these beliefs coalesce into such precise form? What was lost before Ti, and what knowledge has vanished entirely in the millennia since? At Saqqara, the Pyramid of Ti stands as a turning point. It is here that spiritual, architectural, and political elements converge into a coherent system, setting a precedent for the generations that followed. Yet its origins, its antecedents, remain largely hidden. The pyramid texts whisper of a time before recorded history, when words themselves were vessels of power, when memory and ritual created reality as much as reflected it. They are a testament to human ingenuity, devotion, and the relentless pursuit of immortality, even as they leave us suspended in wonder, pondering the unknowable traditions that gave rise to them. And so, we leave the chambers of Ti, stepping back into the desert light, carrying the resonance of a voice that is at once ancient and unbroken. The texts remain, carved into stone, their echoes lingering across the centuries. They speak of kingship and divinity, of stars and eternity. Yet their ultimate origins remain a question unfulfilled, a riddle cast into the past, inviting us to search, to imagine, to wonder. In Saqqara, the Pyramid of Ti does not answer. It provokes. It reminds us that in the pursuit of knowledge, some doors remain forever, half open, inviting us to step carefully into the shadows beyond. Chapter 7. The Tomb of Meruka. As one approaches the necropolis of Saqqara, the desert stretches like an endless sea of ochre, punctuated by the silent geometries of pyramids and mastabas. Among these ancient markers, the tomb of Meruka rises with a quiet authority, a monument to a man who was not king, yet whose position within the machinery of the Egyptian state allowed him to command both wealth and artistry. Meruka served as vizier under King Teti, the first ruler of Egypt's 6th dynasty, and his tomb, the largest and most elaborate non-royal burial at Saqqara, provides a window into the subtle and complex rhythms of life in the royal administration. Here, stone and pigment speak across for millennia, telling a story of ambition, devotion, and the hidden forces that sustained the construction of the Great Pyramids. Entering the mastaba, the visitor is immediately struck by the scale and ambition of the decorative program. The tomb contains over 30 chambers, corridors, and niches, each densely covered with reliefs and paintings that document the labor, craft, and ritual that supported the state. In one chamber, stonemasons are depicted shaping limestone blocks with copper chisels, their muscular forms caught mid-swing dust curling around their bodies. Nearby, carpenters construct wooden sledges and tools, a silent reminder of the logistical ingenuity that underpinned monumental construction projects. Scribes are shown recording supplies, their hieroglyphs precise, their posture upright, reflecting the meticulous record-keeping necessary to coordinate such vast undertakings. These images are not mere decoration, they are bureaucratic theater, a codified memory of the networks of human labor that enabled the pharaoh's grand designs. Yet, within these walls of administration, there is also a profound interplay of myth and symbolism. Scenes of Meruka and his family participating in ritual feasts, making offerings to deities, or attending to funerary rites are interwoven with images of the mundane. Birds, fish, and lotus blooms are carved and painted with an elegance that transcends their natural forms, suggesting connections to older symbolic vocabularies. Some motifs, archaic crowns, animal-headed deities, and ceremonial vessels co-funerary imagery from the 1st and 2nd dynasties, suggesting that even as Meruka served a 6th dynasty king, he remained a custodian of older traditions. These glimpses into the past hint at an enduring continuity, a layering of cultural memory that resists simple chronological ordering. The tomb's layout itself is a testament to Meruka's status and the sophistication of Egyptian funerary architecture. A central corridor leads to multiple chambers, each specialized in function and decoration. Private chapels, offering rooms, and subsidiary niches create a labyrinthine plan that simultaneously guides the visitor and emphasizes the tomb owner's dominion over space and memory. In certain chambers, the ceiling is adorned with painted stars, a sky eternalized in pigment, recalling the celestial beliefs that would govern the soul's journey through the afterlife. The interplay between cosmic order and earthly administration mirrors the dual responsibilities of the vizier himself, to maintain harmony in both the temporal and the sacred. Spheres among the most striking elements of the tomb are the depictions of craftsmen at work. These are not abstract symbolic gestures. They are intimate studies of human activity. The artisans are captured in motion, raising blocks, smoothing surfaces, assembling furniture, weaving baskets. Each act, each gesture, is rendered with a clarity that conveys both the physical demands of the labor and the centrality of human effort to the state's grand designs. Observing these scenes, one becomes aware of a remarkable tension. The work is ordinary, Yet through its recording in stone, it becomes extraordinary, elevated to the level of ritual and remembrance. The tomb transforms labor into sacred narrative, assigning meaning to tasks that would otherwise vanish in the desert wind. Maruka's tomb also reveals the intricate interplay of social hierarchy and personal identity in ancient Egypt. His family is omnipresent, depicted with subtle attention to gestures, clothing, and spatial positioning. Wives, children, and servants appear not as mere accessories, but as active participants in rituals and daily life. This careful representation emphasizes the vizier's control over his household, reflecting the broader societal order in which familial loyalty and bureaucratic duty were entwined. In this sense, the tomb functions as both personal legacy and state document, capturing the rhythms of life that underpinned royal power while enshrining Maruka's individual authority and piety. Yet, even amidst this rich tableau of the administrative and domestic, there are moments of enigmatic symbolism. Certain reliefs depict Maruka in composite postures, engaging with figures whose forms are not entirely human hybrid creatures, whose significance remains uncertain. Other scenes show offerings made to gods who are otherwise rarely represented in 6th dynasty tombs, suggesting access to ritual knowledge that may have been exclusive or secret. Scholars have debated these anomalies for decades, proposing connections to older magical traditions, regional cults, or localized funerary rites that persisted beneath the veneer of state orthodoxy. The ambiguity invites reflection. For all the clarity of the bureaucratic scenes, some aspects of Maruka's tomb remain deliberately obscure, hinting at knowledge intended to endure, yet resist easy comprehension. Archaeological study of the tomb, first undertaken systematically in the 19th and early 20th centuries, has revealed not only the artistry but also the material culture of the time. Traces of pigments, remnants of furniture, and even faint impressions of textiles suggest a vivid and tactile past. These objects reinforce the visual narratives on the walls, creating a multi-sensory picture of life in the administrative heart of Egypt. Yet, as with many sites, much has been lost to time. Corridors collapsed, paintings flaked, and certain chambers remain inaccessible. What survives is only a fraction of the original experience, a fragmentary but potent reminder of the complexity of Maruka's world. The tomb's duality between bureaucratic precision and archaic ritual is further reflected in its funerary inscriptions. While some texts meticulously enumerate offices, titles, and responsibilities, others invoke protective deities, cosmic journeys, and the eternal nourishment of the soul. This blending of the practical and the mystical underscores a central truth of ancient Egyptian society. The sacred and the secular were inseparable, and mastery over one's earthly duties was inseparable from preparation for the afterlife. Maruka's tomb, therefore, is not merely an archive of administrative power. It is a map of cosmic and social order, a space where memory, labor, and devotion intersect. Walking through the chambers today, modern visitors are confronted with the echoes of countless hands. The sculptor's chisels, the painter's brushes, the scribe's red pens. There is a rhythm to these walls, a pulse that speaks of work, ritual, and devotion. Even as the desert sun bleaches, the colors and dust settles in the corners. The tomb retains a quiet vitality, a testament to the lives it enshrined and the civilization it served. Yet alongside this vitality is an inescapable enigma. Why were certain archaic symbols preserved? Which practices were personal innovations, and which were echoes of traditions long forgotten? The tomb offers glimpses, never certainties, and in these gaps, the imagination is invited to wander, to consider what knowledge may have been deliberately hidden, what stories have been lost to time. Maruka's tomb is ultimately a space of layered memory. It chronicles the machinery of state, the rhythms of daily life, and the intimate devotion of a family, while simultaneously reaching back into a deeper past, where symbols and rituals carried meanings that remain only partially decipherable. The reliefs and paintings stand as silent witnesses, bridging centuries, allowing us to witness labor, devotion, and belief intertwined. Yet they also remind us of the limits of understanding. For every gesture we can interpret, there is another whose significance slips through the sieve of time. It is this tension between clarity and mystery, between documentation and secrecy, that gives the tomb its enduring power. As one lingers in its shadowed corridors, it becomes evident that the tomb of Mariruka is more than a resting place for a vizier. It is a microcosm of an ancient civilization, a repository of knowledge, and a monument to human ingenuity and devotion. But like many spaces that have survived from Egypt's distant past, it resists full comprehension. For all its clarity and richness, the tomb leaves questions unanswered, inviting each visitor to step into the rhythms of another world, to sense the pulse of lives lived under the gaze of gods and kings, and to wonder at the currents of knowledge that flowed through these halls, now silent, but still speaking across the millennia. Chapter 8. The Serapeum of Saqqara. Beneath the sun-scorched plateau of Saqqara, where the shadows of mastabas stretch long across the desert sands, lies a corridor of silence, cut deep into the living rock. This is the Serapeum, an ancient avenue of subterranean chambers, each one housing the eternal rest of the Api's bulls, sacred emissaries of the god Ptah. The scale of the Serapeum is immediately arresting. Massive granite sarcophagi, some weighing as much as 70 tons, sit in solemn rows, their surfaces unpolished, yet impossibly precise, as if the hands that shaped them were guided by some ancient, unbroken knowledge of stone and measure. The entrance itself is modest, almost unassuming, a narrow passage that belies the grandeur hidden below, as one descends into its cool, shadowed tunnels. The air changes, it becomes heavier, charged with the residue of centuries of devotion and ritual. Auguste Mariette, the French Egyptologist who first brought the Serapeum to modern attention in the 19th century, wrote of the immense calm that pervades the galleries, a calm punctuated only by the echo of footsteps on the stone floor. It was he who uncovered the labyrinthine network, noting that beneath the more formal main corridors, rougher, earlier passages suggest the Serapeum's architecture did not spring fully formed from the sands, but evolved over generations, perhaps from older catacombs or storage tunnels. Connected to the Old Kingdom's elaborate funerary traditions, the sarcophagi themselves are marvels of engineering, carved from single blocks of granite, transported from quarries that lay many kilometers away. Their very presence in these subterranean halls is a testament to human ingenuity and determination. Each sarcophagus was not merely a container, but a monument. Its size and weight a deliberate statement of sacred power. Yet, among these solemn sentinels, some remain mysteriously empty. Archaeologists have debated their purpose for over a century. Were they reserved for particularly venerated bulls that never arrived? Or do they represent a symbolic threshold, a monument to continuity and eternity, rather than a resting place for any physical form? The unanswered question hangs as silently as the dust. Moats in the dimly lit tunnels, the placement of the chambers, and the alignment of the galleries hint at a sophisticated understanding of space and ceremony. Some researchers note that the design echoes the geometric precision found in the substructures of the pyramids, suggesting a continuity of skilled labor that transcended dynastic changes. The Old Kingdom artisans, whose hands shaped the earliest mastabas and pyramids, may have imparted techniques that endured into the late period, when the Serapeum reached its full scale. It is tempting to imagine the corridors filled with priests and workers, their rituals echoing through the stone, maintaining an unbroken chain of sacred knowledge that has left no record beyond the stone itself. Descending further, one notices the variation in the sarcophagi. Some are rough, almost primitive, hewn in haste from the raw quarry blocks. Others display meticulous craftsmanship, lids fitted with near-perfect precision, surfaces smoothed to a quiet luster, Inscriptions carved deeply, ensuring that the names and symbols of the API's bulls would endure for eternity. The contrast suggests a layering of time, the Serapeum not as a single project, but as a continuum of devotion and construction, each generation building upon the work of its predecessors. In these halls, history is both solid and mutable, preserved in stone but shaped by human hands, and intentions that remain largely unknown. The very act of moving these colossal sarcophagi has long fascinated scholars. How were 70-ton blocks transported from distant quarries, lowered into narrow tunnels, and maneuvered with such apparent ease? Ancient texts provide little guidance. Some propose the use of sledges and lubricated ramps, techniques documented in reliefs at other sites, while others suggest a more sophisticated knowledge of leverage and counterweight, a forgotten engineering tradition that allowed the ancients to bend the laws of physics to their will. Whatever the method, the results are undeniable. These stone monuments have endured millennia, their massive forms undisturbed, guarding the mysteries within. The religious dimension of the Serapeum deepens its intrigue. The API's bull was not merely an animal, but a living god, a vessel of divine energy. Each bull's death was followed by elaborate ceremonies, its body embalmed and interred in one of these massive its soul imagined as journeying to the realm of Ptah. The placement of the sarcophagi within the tunnels, in careful rows, may reflect ritual sequences, or perhaps a symbolic mirroring of the celestial order. The devotion required to maintain such precise burials year after year, century after century, speaks to a culture in which the sacred and the practical were inseparable. Each act of construction an offering, each tunnel a conduit between mortal and divine. Yet, for all its monumental purpose, the Serapeum conceals layers of enigma. The earlier, rougher galleries beneath the main corridors hint at a history not fully understood. Were they the work of predecessors, whose traditions were absorbed, transformed, or even forgotten by later builders? Some scholars suggest that these preliminary tunnels may have served as storage, or as a kind of sacred underworld, a space of experimentation where early rituals and designs were tested before the creation of the grand chambers above. The very act of layering, of building one sacred space upon another, suggests a long memory of reverence, a refusal to abandon the old ways even as new dynasties rose to power. Artifacts found within the though sparse, amplify its sense of mystery. Small votive offerings, fragments of steely inscriptions marking the names and deeds of API's bulls. Each piece hints at a culture both highly organized and deeply symbolic. Yet the gaps are telling. No detailed manual survives to explain the full function of the tunnels, the precise methods of construction, or the ultimate reasoning behind the empty sarcophagi. In their silence, these chambers invite speculation and wonder, reminding us that history is often a dialogue between what is present and what has been lost. Walking the length of the Serapeum today, one senses the same awe Mariette must have felt in the 1850s, a quiet reverence that is almost tactile. The walls, etched with the marks of chisels and time, absorb the light and release it slowly, giving the impression that the chambers themselves breathe. There is a rhythm here, a heartbeat of labor and devotion that pulses faintly beneath the stone. It is as if the builders, through their careful placement of granite and shadow, attempted not merely to preserve the bodies of sacred animals, but to capture a fragment of eternity itself. And yet, the Serapeum resists complete understanding. Even the most diligent excavation cannot resolve the tensions between its visible grandeur and the mysteries that linger in its recesses. The empty sarcophagi, the rough preliminary tunnels, the silent inscriptions all suggest a sacred architecture that encompasses both what was done and what was imagined, a place where the tangible and the symbolic converge. To enter the Serapeum is to step into a continuum of devotion, a lineage of labor that whispers of the human desire to touch the divine, to order the infinite within the confines of stone. As the light fades in the deeper galleries, leaving only the faint glow of reflected sand-colored walls, one is left with the weight of questions. Who first conceived this subterranean avenue? How were generations of artisans able to maintain such precision over centuries? And why do some sarcophagi remain empty? Silent sentinels of a ritual we cannot fully reconstruct. The Serapeum offers no answers, only the steady testimony of its enduring granite. In this subterranean realm, time is layered, sacred, and enigmatic. The mysteries of its construction echo through the quiet corridors, long after the footsteps have faded. In the end, the Serapeum of Saqqara is more than a burial site. It is a monument to human curiosity and reverence, a testament to a civilization's capacity to honor the divine in stone. Yet, as one emerges into the blazing desert sun, the tunnels vanish behind, and the questions remain unanswered, unresolved, inviting the mind to linger in the shadows of an ancient, subterranean world that refuses to relinquish all its secrets. Chapter 9. The Tomb of Maya and Merit. Nestled in the shifting sands of Saqqara, beyond the shadow of the Step Pyramid of Djoser, lies a tomb that speaks to a reverence older than its own stone. The tomb of Maya and Merit, long concealed beneath centuries of desert wind and forgotten memory, was unearthed in the late 20th century, revealing a sanctuary of both personal devotion and profound historical reflection. Maya, the esteemed treasurer under Pharaoh Tutankhamun, and his wife Merit, were not merely administrators of wealth. They were custodians of memory, their lives intertwined with the enduring pulse of Egyptian ritual, art, and architecture. The tomb they left behind, although modest in comparison to the royal sepulchres of Thebes, carries a silent authority, a deliberate echo of grandeur that stretches backward across millennia. Approaching the tomb, one is struck immediately by its imitation of Theban motifs. Columns, carved with lotus and papyrus, corridors, painted with meticulous geometric precision, and reliefs that capture the subtle gestures of offering and veneration all seem transplanted from the heart of the new kingdom's royal necropolises. Yet the tomb's very placement at Saqqara is telling. For over 1,000 years, this plateau had been a locus of sacred burial, the stage upon which generations of priests and officials performed rites of remembrance and renewal. In choosing Saqqara over Thebes, Maya and Merit aligned themselves with the weight of tradition, as if to assert that the knowledge and sanctity preserved here could rival that of any contemporary royal tomb. The walls of Maya's tomb are adorned with reliefs that, at first glance, appear to celebrate the familiar offerings to Osiris, the presentation of gold and alabaster, and the careful depiction of funerary rites. But upon closer inspection, a deeper story emerges. Several scenes depict the reopening of older royal tombs, their chambers meticulously catalogued, their treasures noted and arranged with reverent care. These images are more than ceremonial. They suggest active engagement with the past. Maya's contemporaries were not merely custodians of the present. They were scholars of memory, exploring, restoring, and even repurposing monuments built long before their time. The tomb thus becomes a bridge across eras, a testament to an enduring cultural memory that linked New Kingdom Egypt directly with the pharaonic grandeur of the Old Kingdom. In these depictions, one can almost sense the hands of the priests at work. Figures, small in scale but precise in detail, pry open sealed doors, roll back massive stone slabs, and offer libations to the spirits of rulers long gone. The inscriptions accompanying these actions hint at awe, mingled with obligation, a recognition that each tomb is not merely a repository of wealth, but a vessel of knowledge. Some of the reliefs even suggest the practice of measuring, recording, and cataloging, the earliest hints of archaeological methodology, centuries before the modern discipline would emerge. Maya's tomb, therefore, is not only a funerary monument, but a window into the intellectual life of those who served at Saqqara, a rare glimpse of a priesthood deeply engaged with the physical and symbolic legacies of the past. Maya's position as treasurer afforded him access to wealth, yes, but also to a network of information, texts, and ritual practice. Merit, whose name appears alongside her husband's on nearly every wall, is depicted as both companion and participant in these sacred duties. Together, they are shown performing offerings, overseeing the transport of ritual goods, and attending ceremonies whose origins may have stretched back to the earliest dynasties. In the arrangement of their tomb, one sees not only devotion to the gods, but an intentional alignment with the continuum of Egyptian history itself. This was a statement that memory, careful and curated, was as valuable as gold, and that even those who served in administrative capacities could participate in the eternal dialogue between past and present. Perhaps the most haunting element of the tomb is its quiet insistence on preservation. Unlike many New Kingdom tombs in Thebes, which emphasize the pharaoh's journey to the afterlife, Maya's tomb often turns its gaze backward, towards the monuments of previous ages. Pyramid complexes, mastabas, and the finely chiseled statues of Old Kingdom officials appear again and again in the reliefs. These images are not mere imitation. They are acknowledgement. They hint at a civilization, aware of its own mortality, yet equally aware of the longevity of its creations. Maya's generation may have lived under the shadow of Tutankhamun's short reign, but through the art of memory and careful ritual, they positioned themselves within a lineage that spanned centuries. Archaeologists who first entered the tomb were struck by its duality, the unmistakable New Kingdom elegance, interwoven with a palpable Old Kingdom resonance. Pottery fragments, now carefully reconstructed, suggested trade and ritual practices that maintained continuity with older traditions. Stone vessels, finely inscribed, bore iconography almost identical to that found in Saqqara tombs of the 5th dynasty. Even the orientation of the burial chambers seems deliberate, echoing the solar alignments of the pyramids themselves. Maya and Merit's tomb is, in this sense, a dialogue in stone, a conversation across time, where each relief, each offering table, and each painted corridor carries both the voice of the present and the whisper of generations long past. Scholars continue to debate the motivations behind these acts of commemoration. Were the priests of Maya's era driven purely by devotion, or was there also a pragmatic element, a need to legitimize contemporary authority through association with the revered past? The tomb does not answer these questions definitively. Instead, it offers glimpses, half-formed narratives, and tantalizing fragments that hint at a society deeply conscious of its history, yet careful to guard its mysteries. The reopening of Old Kingdom tombs, for instance, may have been both a religious act and a method of gathering knowledge, architectural, ritual, and even administrative that could guide the living. In this, Maya and Merit's final resting place becomes a reflection of a civilization that understood the power of memory as intimately as it understood the power of the gods. Walking through the tomb, one senses the weight of deliberate order. The corridors are narrow but purposeful, each niche and recess carefully calculated to accommodate both the living visitor and the spiritual inhabitant. Reliefs and inscriptions lead the eye in a slow procession, encouraging reflection rather than hurried observation. The use of color, though faded with centuries, still conveys a subtle hierarchy. Deep blues and golds, marking sacred offerings. Softer ochres, tracing the outlines of ancestral monuments, and the gentle red-browns of daily life, grounding the tomb's mythic aspirations in human reality. Every element seems designed to connect the visitor with both the sacred and the historical, to remind them that time is layered, and that even a single life can resonate with echoes of the ages. Maya and Merit themselves remain almost otherworldly in these depictions. Their faces, serene and composed, are timeless masks of devotion and authority. Merit's hand rests upon Maya's arm in several reliefs, a gesture that is at once intimate and symbolic, reinforcing the unity of purpose and memory. In these moments, the tomb transcends its function as a repository for the dead, becoming a living archive of cultural consciousness. It suggests a society that measured worth not only in earthly achievement, but in the fidelity of memory and the care with which one engaged with the past. In the quiet of Saqqara, amid the wind-blown sands and the echoes of centuries, the tomb of Maya and Merit whispers its secrets. It tells of a people who did not merely inherit the monuments of their ancestors, but actively conversed with them, seeking understanding, guidance, and continuity. It reminds us that the new kingdom, for all its splendor, was profoundly aware of what had come before, and that, through acts of restoration and reverence, the past could be preserved, even as the present moved inexorably forward. The tomb does not close the story. It leaves us suspended between eras, between questions and possibilities, between the known and the ineffable. We leave the corridors of Maya and Merit's sanctuary, with a lingering sense of incompleteness. Their lives, their devotion, and their dialogue with history stretch into shadows we cannot fully illuminate. The stones remain, their reliefs faint with age, urging us to remember not only the individuals buried within, but the civilization that revered memory itself as a form of eternity. Saqqara, in this light, is not merely a necropolis, but a library of stone, where each tomb is a chapter and each chamber a page, whispering truths that are at once palpable and elusive. Chapter 10. The Buried Pyramid of Djoser. In the sands of Saqqara lies a question that lingers like an echo through the ruins. What became of the Pyramid of Djoser, the little-known pharaoh of Egypt's 6th dynasty? Unlike the soaring monuments of his forebears, his royal tomb remains stubbornly elusive, perhaps buried, perhaps never built beyond its foundations. And in that absence, there speaks a story of political fragility, of resources stretched thin, and of a fleeting reign almost erased by time. Djoser, whose throne name, Susur, Kr, means the strong one belonging to the Ka of Ra, ascended the throne shortly after the death of King Teti, during a moment when the machinery of power seemed to tremble. Egyptologists still debate whether he was a rightful regent, ruling briefly on behalf of a young heir, or a bold usurper who seized control. Contemporary sources are silent. Later king lists preserve his name, yet traces of large-scale monuments bearing his cartouche are scarce. The brevity of his reign is perhaps the key. According to later documents, Djoser may have ruled just 2 to 4 years, before being replaced by Pepi Teti's son. Under such conditions, even a king might struggle to marshal the resources, labor, and political stability needed to complete a royal pyramid. And yet, a tantalizing clue emerges from a simple copper mallet, inscribed with the names of workers from the nome of Wadjet. These men appear to have been paid as part of a significant building effort, perhaps his pyramid. Where might that pyramid even lie? 2 leading hypotheses have taken shape. The Egyptologist Vasil Dobrev pointed to a patch of Saqqara south, known as Tabit al-Gesh, northwest of Pepi's mortuary complex. Here, archaeologists have uncovered a necropolis of 6th dynasty officials, Mastaba sprawling across the desert, and 2 unfinished structures, measuring roughly 80 by 60 meters. Dobrev suggests these could be the very beginnings of Djoser's monuments. Alternatively, the astrophysicist Giulio Magli has offered a different vision. In his study, he proposes that Djoser's pyramid might lie between the pyramids of Pepi and Merenrai, forming a deliberate alignment, a line of 3 royal tombs, paralleling the row of earlier pyramids to the north, including those of Sekhemkhet, Unas, Djoser, and Teti. Wikipedia. But as of yet, there remains no archaeological excavation to confirm this hypothesis. No definitive base stones, no inscribed blocks bearing his name. Nothing to anchor the theory in the earth. This absence is more than just a gap in the stones. It is a window into a fragile moment in Egyptian history. After Teti's death, the central administration may have weakened. Historian myth and scholarship both whisper of political instability, perhaps even violence. In such a crisis, grand projects like pyramid building could easily falter, Labor may have been redirected, funds diverted, or ambitions cut short. Archaeologists, searching for evidence, speak of foundation trenches and buried elements in fragments of Saqqara, though none have yet been conclusively tied to Userkare. Some scattered limestone blocks have been found, and in places they bear the same kind of stonework seen in earlier pyramids. But whether they belonged to his planned complex, or were shifted there in later centuries, is a matter of ongoing debate. Among Egyptologists, there's speculation that, in a time of resource constraint, stones from older or nearby structures may have been recycled for his project, a practical but ideologically fraught solution. These stones may not have been quarried afresh, but reclaimed a testimony to not only logistical pressure, but perhaps to the shifting priorities of a kingdom under stress. Indeed, the idea that stone might have been reused points to the profound organizational effort behind pyramid construction. Building a pyramid was never just about quarrying limestone. It demanded an entire network of administrative control. Laborers paid by the nome, transport by river or sled, stonemasons skilled in cutting and placing casing blocks, priests overseeing rituals, and scribes keeping track of material rations and rosters. To interrupt that network, midway through, as Userkare's reign very possibly did, would leave profound scars, trenches half dug, casing blocks tentatively placed, then abandoned, corners left unfilled. If Userkare's pyramid was never completed, that in itself becomes a symbol. A pharaoh begins his reign, sets in motion a grand plan, and yet his legacy dissolves into silence. Unlike the well-known pyramids of Khufu, Djoser, or Pepe, which stand as clear testaments to their builder's power, Userkare's ambition becomes haunted by absence. A buried pyramid, not fully built, not fully claimed, forgotten. On the other hand, perhaps something remains beneath the sands, unseen by modern eyes. It is not impossible that buried foundations currently elude detection, or that future geophysical surveys might reveal the outlines of walls long lost. But, until then, what we have are hypotheses, copper tools, and a king's name remembered only on fragmentary lists. This buried pyramid becomes more than an architectural mystery. It is a meditation on fragility, a short reign, possibly marked by usurpation or regency, a building project begun but abandoned, stones left to the wind. In the gap between what was planned and what was realized, we catch a glimpse of a society under strain, a royal lineage wrestling with power, and a monument that almost was. Yet perhaps the most striking lesson lies not in what was missing, but in what was tried. That even for a king eclipsed by time, even in a moment of instability, the impulse to carve a legacy in stone survived. The plan for a pyramid, even if incomplete, speaks to a persistent belief in continuity, in life, in death, in divine association. To begin a pyramid, after all, is to defy mortality, to stake a claim against oblivion, and in Userkare's case, the claim remained half-drawn in the sand. So we stand at the rim of uncertainty, listening for echoes in the dunes. Is there more beneath the desert's skin? Will future work uncover his foundations, or bear uninterpreted inscriptions? Or will his pyramid remain buried, half-remembered, a shadow of ambition, swallowed by the quiet of time? In the silence that now covers Saqqara Userkare's buried pyramid becomes a whispered question. It invites us to reflect, not simply on the stones that were laid, but on the forces that stopped them. And like the wind shifting over ancient sand, that question lingers unsettled, unresolved, and haunting. Chapter 11. The South Saqqara Stone. In the quiet sands of South Saqqara, for the sun bleaches the desert into a pale gold and the wind whispers over broken limestone blocks. A monumental slab of black basalt rests in almost silent witness to centuries of human ambition and devotion. Discovered in 1924, the South Saqqara Stone is not merely a relic of Egypt's Old Kingdom. It is a fragment of memory, a ledger of time etched into the heart of stone, its surface worn and fractured, yet stubbornly persistent in preserving the traces of a civilization long eclipsed by the passage of millennia. Its dimensions are imposing, nearly 3 meters long. Its weight a tangible reminder of the labor and skill required to quarry and transport such a mass. Yet, it is the inscriptions upon it, these precise, deliberate carvings of hieroglyphic scripta, capture the imagination and demand reverence. The South Saqqara stone is a chronological record, a royal annal of the 6th dynasty, and despite the erosion and chipping that have rendered much of its text illegible, the fragments that survive speak volumes about the sophisticated administrative and ceremonial life of early dynastic Egypt. Here are listed the reign lengths of kings, interwoven with details of state ceremonies, offerings, and the performance of rituals in honor of the deceased pharaohs. Each line, each broken hieroglyph, resonates with the cadence of a courtly life that revolved around the Nile, the temples, and the pyramids themselves. The text hints at a world where time was measured not only in solar years but in festivals, Nile inundations, and the cycles of offerings that reaffirmed cosmic order. Among the inscriptions, one can trace mentions of the Nile's fluctuations, the rising and receding waters that dictated agricultural and ritual calendars alike. These annotations, fragmentary as they are, suggest that by the 6th dynasty around the 23rd century BCE, Egyptian scribes were not only recording the passage of kings, but also the rhythms of the natural world, its floods and droughts, and their profound implications for the kingdom. In this way, the South Saqqara stone functions as a bridge, connecting the royal administration to the cycles of nature, a reminder that the pharaoh's power was inseparable from the land. Itself equally compelling are the references to state ceremonies and offerings at royal pyramids. The annals imply that these monumental tombs were not silent mausoleums, but living centers of ritual activity, their precincts vibrant with priests, attendants, and offerings that continued long after the death of the king. This is corroborated by evidence from nearby pyramid complexes, where storerooms still hold remnants of ritual paraphernalia. And the architecture itself suggests active engagement with the divine. Each fragment of the stone whispers of incense-laden chambers, of libations poured before statues of the departed sovereign, of chants that sought to sustain life beyond death. Even in their incomplete form, the inscriptions insist that the pyramids were more than tombs, they were enduring nodes in a sacred network of ceremony and memory. Yet, it is precisely the stone's incompleteness that invites speculation and fuels a lingering sense of mystery. Large sections are lost, their contents forever swallowed by time, or perhaps deliberately erased. Scholars have long debated what narratives or historical details may have once filled these voids. Some propose that earlier, potentially controversial events, dynastic upheavals, rival claims to the throne, or suppressed records of internal strife, might have been deliberately exited. The gaps create a palpable tension, a quiet insistence that what is missing may be as significant as what survives. Every fragmentary line is a question, every missing portion an echo of the past that refuses to be silenced. The stone's very material, basalt, lends it a weight of permanence that contrasts sharply with the fragility of its inscriptions. Unlike papyrus, susceptible to fire and decay, or limestone, prone to erosion, the basalt has endured, resisting centuries of wind, sand, and human intervention. And yet, even this durability could not preserve the South Saqqara stone in its entirety. Weathering has stripped away details, leaving gaps that invite interpretation, conjecture, and, inevitably, debate. Archaeologists and Egyptologists approach the stone with both reverence and caution, aware that each reading carries the risk of imposing modern assumptions upon ancient intentions. The South Saqqara stone also provides rare chronological anchors for the elusive timeline of the 6th dynasty. Traditional king lists often omit or rearrange reigns, And while inscriptions from temples and tombs offer glimpses into succession, few sources provide such systematic documentation of years, festivals, and Nile records. It is within these fragments that historians glimpse the rhythms of governance, the meticulous record-keeping that underpinned royal authority. One can almost reconstruct the pulse of court life, the sequencing of festivals, the scheduling of offerings, and the bureaucratic diligence required to maintain both memory and order. In this way, the stone is not simply a list. It is a window into an ancient mindset, where history, ritual, and natural cycles were inseparably entwined. Yet, there is a certain melancholy inherent in examining the South Saqqara stone. Its fragments are tantalizing, but incomplete. Its narrative halting, leaving modern eyes searching for continuity that may no longer exist. The stone itself becomes a metaphor for the impermanence of memory, the selective endurance of history, and the ways in which political and cultural priorities dictate what survives. Just as the Nile deposits sediment and reshapes the land, so too does the passage of centuries alter the story, leaving scholars to reconstruct the whole from partial evidence. The ritual significance of the stone also underscores the enduring centrality of the pyramid complexes. The annals suggest that offerings were made, not only to honor the deceased, but also to reinforce a living connection between the pharaoh and the state. These ceremonies reaffirmed hierarchies, ensured cosmic balance, and communicated stability to the populace. The stone, in this context, is both document and talisman. It is a record of human administration and devotion, a testament to the sacred continuity that the Old Kingdom sought to maintain. Through its weathered inscriptions, we sense the quiet persistence of faith, the careful choreography of worship, and the disciplined hand of scribes committed to recording these sacred duties. Despite the lacuna and the erosion, the South Saqqara stone has inspired generations of Egyptologists to reconsider the 6th dynasty as more than a mere chronological marker. Its fragments speak to a civilization deeply attuned to the interweaving of politics, ritual, and environment. The stone suggests that even as pyramids aged, ritual practices continued, and scribes meticulously documented the world around them. It reminds us that history is rarely linear or complete. It is a mosaic of preserved fragments, each one offering a glimmer of understanding while simultaneously revealing how much remains unknown. The discovery of the stone in the early 20th century also invites reflection on the history of archaeology itself. Unearthed in a period when Egyptology was both a scientific pursuit and a colonial endeavor, the South Saqqara stone has traversed the tension between scholarly study and the narratives imposed by external observers. Its presence in museums, its study by foreign scholars, and the debates over translation and interpretation mirror the layered complexities of the text itself. Just as the stone records rituals that honor the past, so too does it now become a focal point for modern reflection, inviting each visitor or reader to consider the interplay between preservation, interpretation, and the passage of time. Ultimately, the South Saqqara stone endures as both artifact and enigma. Its fragmentary annals remind us that much of history is provisional, subject to the erosive forces of time and circumstance. It invites contemplation of what may have been deliberately omitted or lost to oblivion. And while it cannot answer all questions about the 6th dynasty, it nonetheless provides a rare and invaluable lens into the administrative sophistication, ritual life, an enduring fascination with death and memory that characterized early dynastic Egypt. As one gazes upon its dark, weathered surface, it is difficult not to feel the weight of centuries pressing softly against the minda, quiet insistence that the past is both present and perpetually just out of reach. Even as we step away from the South Saqqara stone, leaving behind its carved hieroglyphs and their half-remembered stories, we carry forward an awareness of how much remains hidden beneath the desert sands. Its fragments beckon the imagination, reminding us that history is never fully told, and that the story of Egypt's pyramids, kings, and sacred rituals continues to unfold, layer by layer, in shadows both preserved and lost. Chapter 12. The Mastaba of Ti. Amid the sun-scorched plains of Saqqara, where the winds carry whispers of 1,000 years, the Mastaba of Ti rises not in grand pyramidal ascent, but as a silent testament to the life and labor that underpinned Egypt's 5th dynasty. Ti, a high-ranking official whose name has endured through time, chose for himself a resting place that, while modest beside the colossal tombs of kings, radiates an extraordinary intimacy with the daily rhythms of the Old Kingdom. The mastabide's mud-brick walls, now softened by centuries of dust and erosion, houses one of the most remarkable arrays of carvings to survive from this era, each scene meticulously etched into limestone to preserve a vision of both work and ritual. Entering Ti's tomb, one is immediately struck by the breadth and precision of its reliefs. They are not merely decorative, they are almost didactic, illustrating the complex machinery of an ancient civilization. Panels depict carpenters measuring and shaping beams, their hands steady, their tools precise. One image shows a team hauling enormous blocks of stone on sledges, ropes coiling over their shoulders, their bodies straining in coordinated effort. The scene is so exacting that modern engineers have studied it to infer techniques of transport and leverage, drawing lines of continuity to the monumental pyramids that would rise only decades later. These depictions reveal an old kingdom deeply concerned with order and efficiency, a society that married practical knowledge to an almost ritualized execution of labor. Shipwrights appear in another chamber, their craft captured with astonishing fidelity. Longboats glide across low-relief waves, their planks fastened with mortise and tenon joints, oars resting in rhythmic alignment. One can almost hear the creaking of timber, the measured tap of mallets shaping hulls destined for the Nile. This attention to detail extends to agricultural scenes, where farmers bend beneath the sun, plowing fields with oxen, gathering reeds, and threshing grain. Each gesture, each tool, seems selected to convey not only the mechanics of work, but the interconnectedness of labor and sustenance. It is as though Ti's tomb was meant to ensure that, even in the afterlife, the machinery of society would continue undisturbed, the wheels of commerce and craft never ceasing. Yet, among the everyday, there is the extraordinary. Several chambers feature reliefs that diverge from mere labor and enter the symbolic, the ceremonial. In one hall, oversized tools are carved with meticulous precision, adzes, chisels, and mallets exaggerated in scale, arranged as if to confer upon them a sacred or ceremonial function. Their purpose is enigmatic. Scholars have debated whether these represent instruments of a ritual office, vestiges of pre-dynastic ceremonial traditions, or metaphoric tools for the afterlife, designed to guide Ti in realms beyond mortal toil. Their presence, juxtaposed with mundane labor scenes, suggests a worldview in which work and ritual were inseparable, where every act of production could be cast in the light of cosmic order. Perhaps the most arresting images are those of stone transport. Teams of men pull colossal blocks across desert sand, the sledges slipping along prepared paths, ropes taut with coordinated strain. An attendant pours water onto the sand ahead of the sledge, a detail that hints at an ancient engineering trick, reducing friction and easing the passage of stone. It is a fleeting glimpse of human ingenuity, preserved in limestone, and it resonates with echoes of pyramid construction, suggesting that the techniques for moving massive stones were understood, tested, and ritualized long before the pharaoh's grandest monuments took shape. These scenes bridge the ordinary and the monumental, illuminating the unseen hands that built the foundation of Egypt's enduring legacy. The Mastaba of Ti also offers subtle insight into the social hierarchy and organization of labor. Carvings depict foremen issuing commands, scribes recording accounts, and teams of workers arranged in disciplined formations. It is an early testament to logistical planning, a visualization of an economy and society structured around the precise execution of collective effort. Each figure, though individually carved, contributes to a broader composition, a choreography of purpose and coordination. In this way, the tomb does more than commemorate a single life. It documents the machinery of civilization itself. Beyond the pragmatics of labor, the tomb's ritual spaces beckon the mind toward speculation. Some chambers contain sequences that defy easy interpretation, figures performing gestures whose meaning is lost, animals arranged in patterns that may encode cosmological or magical significance, and offerings that seem to exist simultaneously in the realm of practicality and the sacred. These scenes hint at a layered understanding of existence, where work, sustenance, and divine order intersect. Ti, as a non-royal official, occupies a liminal position, bridging the mortal and the sacred, the human and the divine. His tomb, a canvas where these dimensions coexist. The Mastaba of Ti also preserves subtleties in artistic technique that speak volumes about the period. Reliefs are often painted in faint traces of ochre, green, and black, colors now muted by time, but once vibrant against the pale limestone. The lines of musculature, the careful rendering of rope fibers, the grain of timber, and the texture of stone all demonstrate an acute observation of reality, coupled with an aesthetic sensibility that elevates the functional into the poetic. It is a style that emphasizes clarity and continuity, a visual language meant to endure across centuries, carrying with it lessons of labor, ritual, and societal order. In contemplating Ti's Mastaba, one cannot ignore the resonance of myth that underlies even the most practical depictions. Egyptologists have long noted the continuity between pre-dynastic symbolic traditions and the ritualized labor scenes of the 5th dynasty. Some scholars suggest that oversized ceremonial tools may echo the symbolic implements of kingship and cosmic maintenance, borrowed from an earlier era and recontextualized for a high-ranking official. These echoes remind us that Egyptian culture did not emerge in isolation. It was layered with memory, adaptation, and conscious reference to a distant, partially obscured past. The tomb's imagery becomes a dialogue across time, a meditation on continuity, authority, and the human impulse to record and preserve. Perhaps the most haunting aspect of the Mastaba of Ti is its silence. There are no inscriptions of war, no boast of conquest, no claim to fame beyond the excellence of craft, the discipline of labor, and the sanctity of ritual. In its restraint lies its power. The tomb whispers of an Egypt built not only by kings and monumental ambition, but by men and women whose daily toil ensured the survival, the grandeur, and the continuity of civilization itself. Ti's legacy is not in his title alone, but in the profound documentation of human effort, in the quiet reverence for skill, coordination, and ceremonial devotion. And yet, as the visitor moves through the tomb, lingering on each panel, each carved gesture, there remains a sense of unfinished story. Questions endure. What precisely did the ceremonial tools signify? How much of this representation was idealized? And how much reflected reality? Were the techniques of stone transport and labor ritualized purely for practical efficiency? Or were they enmeshed in a deeper spiritual cosmology that we no longer fully comprehend? The Mastaba of Ti leaves these questions suspended in the air, like the faint echoes of voices from a long-vanished workshop, the rhythmic stamping of feet on desert sand, the measured strikes of chisel on stone. It is here, in the quietude of ancient limestone, that the tomb achieves its true power, not as a monument to a single man, but as a lens into the mechanics of a civilization, its unseen hands, its silent order, and its whispered mysteries. Ti's Mastaba endures, quietly monumental, inviting us to step closer, to examine the details, and to wonder at the vast, intricate web of human endeavor that lies beneath the grandeur of history. In these carvings, in the interplay of labor and ritual, the ordinary and the sacred, we catch a fleeting glimpse of a world that was both practical and transcendent, leaving us suspended between comprehension and the unknown. Chapter 13. The Pyramid of Unas. In the northern stretches of Saqqara, where the desert begins to fade into the cultivated edges of the Nile floodplain, stands a modest pyramid, its scale almost unassuming compared to the colossal monuments of earlier kings. This is the Pyramid of Unas, the last sovereign of Egypt's 5th dynasty, a ruler whose legacy is not measured in stone, but in words, the earliest and most extensive compilation of pyramid texts ever inscribed within a royal tomb. Constructed around 2375 BCE, this pyramid is a quiet sentinel of a profound shift in the ancient Egyptian worldview. The emphasis moves from monumental spectacle toward spiritual continuity and cosmic alignment. Its low, tapering silhouette belies the extraordinary complexity hidden within, a complexity that would occupy and confound scholars for more than a century after its discovery. Entering the pyramid is like stepping into a threshold of another dimension. The outer structure is built with the same meticulous precision as other Old Kingdom pyramids. Yet it is intentionally modest in scale, rising to only about 43 meters in height. It is a stone vessel, its simplicity almost daring, suggesting that Unas sought not to rival Khufu or Djefer, but to channel focus inward, toward the soul, the afterlife, and the divine order that governed both. The causeway, once lined with limestone reliefs, tells a story not merely of triumph, but of struggle. Scenes depict famine, an ever-present threat along the Nile, juxtaposed with military campaigns and the tribute of distant lands, reminding us that even a king who aspired to celestial ascendance remained intimately tied to the terrestrial trials of his reign. Inside, the chambers unfold in a calculated geometry of corridors and rooms, each wall a canvas for the most ancient and elaborate religious inscriptions yet discovered. The pyramid texts, composed in an archaic form of the Egyptian language, containing rare linguistic constructions, appear almost like incantations pressed into the very stone. They were intended to secure the king's resurrection, to guide his essence safely through the perilous journey of the Duat, the underworld, and into the eternal cosmos. Here, the spiritual function of architecture becomes palpable. Every chamber, every false passage, every corbelled ceiling serves not only a structural purpose, but a ritual one. The pyramid itself is a mandala, a symbolic universe through which the king must pass. Mirrored in the celestial motions above, scholars have long debated the origins of these texts. Many lines appear so archaic, so linguistically distinct, that some suggest they preserve fragments of much older traditions, perhaps echoing words spoken or inscribed centuries before the 5th dynasty. In these inscriptions, Unas is addressed as the sons of the sky, and the Ba of Ra, a king destined to merge with the celestial sun, his essence ascending to the imperishable stars. Certain spells invoke the body and spirit to rise, to leave the tomb and navigate the cosmic waters, to join the gods in their eternal cycles. The pyramid texts thus transform a modest burial into a profound theological statement, that the eternal life of the king is inseparable from the rhythm of the heavens themselves. The corridors are narrow, intentionally claustrophobic, perhaps designed to remind the initiates of the trials the deceased must endure. In one chamber, the walls are covered with complex imagery of the sky, the horizon, and the underworld. The king is depicted merging with Osiris, the god of the dead, while simultaneously aligning with the sun god Ra, traversing the celestial boat across the eternal sky. These dualities, death and rebirth, chaos and order, the earthly and the divine, are woven throughout the pyramid, revealing a civilization intensely aware of its place in a larger cosmological order. Every glyph, every symbol, every carefully chosen epithet has been placed with ritual intent, as though the stones themselves are alive with memory and meaning. Outside, the causeway that leads from the valley temple to the pyramid entrance extends like a chronicle of Unas's reign. Reliefs here depict scenes rarely preserved elsewhere: masses of grain, barges laden with tribute, soldiers in procession, and depictions of foreign emissaries bringing exotic goods. The imagery suggests a society negotiating the limits of its environment, and asserting dominion over neighboring territories, yet constantly aware of vulnerability, of famine, of political instability, of the capricious forces of nature. In this juxtaposition of earthly hardship and celestial ambition, the pyramid stands as a mirror of human existence itself, fragile, striving, yet ultimately reaching for the eternal, even today. The Pyramid of Unas is an enigma. Its modest size tempts the casual observer to underestimate its significance. Yet, within its walls, the earliest known written record of Egyptian funerary theology is preserved in stunning completeness. It is both a tomb and a text, a monument and a manuscript, a silent archive of human aspiration and cosmic inquiry. Each glyph is a bridge to the past, each corridor a path into an unseen realm, each ritual spell a whisper from a king attempting to transcend mortality itself. Archaeologists still debate the precise ritual sequence encoded in the texts, the origins of certain archaic terms, and the full meaning of the celestial symbolism. The mysteries of the pyramid refuse to be fully unraveled, as if the ancient architects intended them to endure, layered like the strata of history itself. Comparisons with the pyramids of earlier dynasties highlight the deliberate choices made in its construction. Where Sneferu's pyramids are monumental experiments in form, where Khufu's pyramid is an eye-inspiring statement of temporal power, Unas's pyramid is a vessel for spiritual exploration. Its emphasis is not on size or visibility from miles across the desert, but on the interior journey of the soul. In many ways, it anticipates later theological developments, foreshadowing the coffin texts of the Middle Kingdom, where the democratization of afterlife beliefs begins to emerge. The Pyramid of Unas is thus a hinge between eras, a final flowering of Old Kingdom funerary thought, yet a precursor of broader religious evolution. The juxtaposition of earthly narrative and cosmic instruction is nowhere more vivid than in the alignment of the pyramid itself. Oriented precisely to the cardinal points, it reflects the Egyptians' obsession with order and balance. Scholars have noted correlations between certain chambers and the stars of the northern circumpolar constellations, the so-called imperishable stars, which never set and therefore symbolize eternal life. It is a physical manifestation of the king's journey, from the temporal world of mortality to the timeless realm of the divine, a passage made tangible through geometry, architecture, and sacred text. Yet for all its meticulous design, the Pyramid of Unas also carries the weight of erasure and ambiguity. Many reliefs have been damaged by time. Some texts are fragmentary, their meaning partially lost to millennia. Modern excavators have revealed only parts of the temple complex, leaving causeways, subsidiary structures, and ritual spaces shrouded in dust and sand. Even the inscriptions themselves, while monumental in scope, raise more questions than answers. Why were these texts placed here, at this moment in history? Were they based on older oral traditions, or were they innovations of the 5th dynasty scribes? The absence of definitive answers contributes to the pyramid's enduring mystique, inviting speculation and contemplation in equal measure. As the sun sets over the Pyramid of Unas casts long shadows across the desert, its tapering tip catching the fading light. One can almost imagine the king's spirit, reciting the incantations etched into stone, rising along the corridors, crossing the threshold of death, and joining the stars that will never set. The modesty of its external form, the intricacy of its inner life, the delicate balance between earthly suffering and cosmic aspiration, all combine to make this pyramid a testament, not only to a single reign, but to the enduring human quest for immortality. And yet, despite centuries of study, despite every excavation and translation, the Pyramid of Unas continues to whisper its secrets rather than declare them outright, reminding us that some knowledge may always remain just beyond reach, tantalizing in its mystery, eternal in its allure. Chapter 14. The Saqqara Bird, in the quiet sands of Saqqara. Among the tombs that stretch like a frozen city beneath the Egyptian sun, there exists an artifact so small, so unassuming, that it might easily be overlooked by the casual observer. Yet this tiny wooden figure, no longer than a hand, carries with it a question that has long hovered in the margins of Egyptology. Discovered in 1898, within the tomb complex of Padiaman, a site dating to approximately 200 BC, the object is now known to the world as the Saqqara Bird. At first glance, it is nothing more than a carved representation of a bird, perhaps a falcon, its wings outstretched, tail elongated, body smoothed with precision. And yet, upon closer inspection, its form begins to suggest something more than mere imitation, a design whose symmetry and contour hint at aerodynamic intention. The tomb where the bird was found belonged to Padiaman, a priest and scribe whose life would have been entwined with ritual, celestial observation, and the cycles of the Nile. To find such a delicate object among funerary goods is consistent with Egyptian practices of offering symbols of protection, guidance, or divine favor for the afterlife. Mainstream Egyptologists have largely interpreted the Saqqara bird as a ceremonial object, perhaps linked to the worship of Horus, the falcon-headed god, whose eye and flight symbolized kingship, vision, and cosmic order. Yet the artifact's proportions, the tapered wings, the subtle dihedral angle of its tail, and the slender fuselage have led others to wonder if the creators understood principles of balance and lift. Could this have been, in some sense, a miniature glider? The debate over its function has long hovered between the rational and the speculative. In the 1960s, French engineer Jacques Boucher de Perthes first proposed that the bird could have been a model for flight, noting its striking resemblance to modern gliders. From the decades since, various replicas of the Saqqara bird have been tested in wind tunnels, showing that it could indeed achieve stable, if limited, flight. A gentle toss along a carefully measured arc allows it to glide, wings catching the air in a way that seems almost deliberate. Such tests, though fascinating, do not prove that the original artisans intended to construct a working aircraft. They do, however, raise questions about the extent of observation and experimentation in ancient Egypt. The ability to imagine objects in motion, to model the invisible currents of air with a piece of wood, suggests a mind attuned to the natural world in ways we rarely consider. The age of the Saqqara bird itself is equally enigmatic. Carbon dating of its tomb situates it firmly within the late Ptolemaic period, roughly 200 BCE, yet stylistic analysis hints at older forms, suggesting that the model may imitate artistic traditions that reach far deeper into the past. The bird's minimalist lines recall pre-dynastic motifs, where animals were distilled into their essential shapes, a fusion of observation and abstraction. In this sense, the object is both ancient and modern, a bridge between symbolic representation and empirical curiosity. In the hands of Padiaman or his artisans, it may have served as a talisman, a plaything, a ceremonial device, or some combination of all three, a repository of meaning layered across generations. To understand the Saqqara bird, it helps to look not just at its form, but at the context of Saqqara itself. This necropolis, sprawling and labyrinthine, was a center of creativity and ritual for more than 3 millennia. Tombs, mastabas, and pyramids here embody an extraordinary continuity of culture, where the symbolic and the technical often intersect. Artisans, trained in geometry, sculpture, and astronomy, labored with meticulous care, encoding both practical knowledge and metaphysical significance into their work. In this landscape, the Saqqara bird emerges as an emblem of the ingenuity that pervaded these precincts. Small, precise, and enigmatic, it invites speculation precisely because it does not fit neatly into any category we are comfortable with. Some scholars have suggested that the bird is emblematic, designed to capture the essence of flight, rather than its mechanics. Its wings, sharply pointed and slightly upturned, mimic the posture of a falcon in stoop, while the tail's subtle angle suggests an understanding of stability. The more one examines it, the more one sees the confluence of observation and abstraction. The flight of a predator distilled into wood, every curve deliberate, every line echoing both the physical world and the mythic. Flight in Egyptian symbolism was never merely a physical act. It represented transcendence, divine vision, and the movement of the soul through the cosmos. In this sense, the Saqqara bird may be as much a metaphysical object as a practical one, a meditation on movement, air, and the unseen forces that govern life and death. Across the years, the artifact has drawn the attention of researchers, intrigued by ancient aviation, though mainstream Egyptology remains cautious. Experimental tests have revealed that replicas can indeed glide, though only over short distances. Yet these experiments, while captivating, are fraught with modern bias. We impose our understanding of flight upon a civilization whose intentions may have been entirely symbolic. Still, the very possibility that the Saqqara bird can soar, even in miniature, cannot be dismissed. It serves as a reminder that our ancestors, often portrayed as static or unimaginative, possessed keen observational skills, a willingness to experiment, and an enduring fascination with the forces that animate the natural world. The bird also opens a window onto the cultural milieu of Ptolemaic Egypt. By 200 BCE, Egypt had undergone centuries of dynastic change, foreign rule, and the blending of Greek and Egyptian thought. Artifacts from this period often reveal a synthesis of styles and ideas: Greek technical curiosity, Egyptian ritual precision, and perhaps, in rare cases, an intuitive understanding of physics. The Saqqara bird sits at this crossroads, neither fully utilitarian nor entirely symbolic. It embodies a kind of hybrid intelligence. To hold it is to feel the weight, not merely of wood, but of centuries of observation, tradition, and human curiosity, an artifact whose function may forever remain just beyond the reach of certainty. Yet, perhaps the greatest mystery of the Saqqara bird lies not in its physical properties, but in the questions it inspires. Was it a playful experiment in flight, a symbolic representation of the falcon god Horus, guiding souls across the sky? Or might it be a fragment of knowledge now lost, a faint echo of ancient ingenuity that whispers of technologies we can barely imagine? Across the centuries, many such objects have vanished, leaving us with tantalizing fragments. In this sense, the Saqqara bird is emblematic of archaeology itself, small, fragmentary, yet capable of opening vast corridors of speculation and wonder. Even today, in museum displays and scholarly articles, the artifact retains a certain stillness, as though hovering in its own air, waiting for questions we may never fully answer. Its simplicity belies a sophistication that bridges art, ritual, and the empirical, reminding us that the human mind has long been drawn to the challenge of understanding forces invisible to the eye. In its miniature wings, one can almost sense the sweep of the desert wind, the slow drift of centuries, and the persistent human desire to lift the mundane into the realm of the extraordinary. As one gazes upon the Saqqara bird, it becomes clear that its value is not only in what it may have achieved, but in the mysteries it preserves. It is a symbol of possibility, of thought unbound, and of questions that refuse closure. In the shadows of Saqqara, amid the silence of tombs and the weight of eternity, the bird glides still, carried not by air alone, but by imagination, memory, and the unspoken promise of discovery. Its story, like so much of ancient Egypt, remains unfinished, an invitation to wonder, to probe, and to consider the skies of a world long vanished. Chapter 15. The Sacred Apis Bull Cult. In the shadowed expanse of ancient Memphis, where the Nile's life-giving waters spilled across fertile plains, there arose a cult whose reverence would endure for millennia. The Apis bull, a creature of living divinity, became the tangible embodiment of Ptah, the creator god, and a bridge between the mortal and the eternal. From the earliest records of the Old Kingdom through the turbulent eras of the New Kingdom and beyond into the late period, the Apis cult remained a central, unbroken thread in Egypt's spiritual tapestry, a continuity that hints at deeper, unrecorded traditions, stretching into prehistory. The ritual life surrounding the APIs. Bull was both elaborate and meticulously structured, selected for its distinctive markings: black coat, white triangular symbol on its forehead, and other precise features considered sacred. The bull was installed in the great temple precincts of Memphis. There, priests of the highest rank tended to its every need, not merely as caretakers, but as intermediaries in a cosmic order that bound kingship, fertility, and divine favor together. Archaeological excavations at Saqqara have revealed the remains of extensive stables, ceremonial enclosures, and ritual roads, meticulously aligned to facilitate both daily care and the elaborate processions that accompanied the API's life and death. These processions, described in inscriptions from the New Kingdom onward, were more than mere spectacle. They were journeys of cosmic significance, echoing the cyclical rhythm of birth, death, and renewal. When an API's bull approached the end of its life, a period of elaborate preparation ensued, reminiscent of the mortuary practices reserved for pharaohs themselves. The embalming houses uncovered near Saqqara reveal a level of sophistication in mummification that parallels royal methods, a testimony to the cult's sacred authority and the high technical skill preserved within its priesthood. Some of these structures even display architectural elements akin to Old Kingdom mastabos, rectangular tombs of the elite, suggesting that certain construction techniques and ritual protocols had persisted unchanged for thousands of years. The subterranean necropolis, dedicated to the burial of these divine bulls, stands as a silent testament to this enduring reverence. Discovered in the 19th century, it revealed vast corridors lined with immense granite sarcophagi, each carved to house a single bull. The precision of these tombs, some weighing over 70 tons, continues to confound engineers and archaeologists alike. How these monolithic blocks were transported, shaped, and placed with such accuracy remains partly unresolved, echoing the broader mystery of continuity in ritual knowledge. Were these methods preserved solely through written instruction, or did they carry the imprint of a living oral tradition, maintained by successive generations of priests? Within the ritual texts, the bull is more than an animal. It is a symbol of kingship, fertility, and cosmic balance. Its death was not an end, but a transition, marking the release of divine potency back into the world. Inscriptions detail the ceremonial laying of the bull in state, the lamentations sung by the priestly choir, and the intricate offerings presented before its final journey to the tomb. Some texts even hint at astral associations, linking the bull to the stars and celestial cycles, a motif recurring across Egypt's mythic landscape. The API's cult thus became both a mirror of and a foundation for royal ideology, reinforcing the pharaoh's divine mandate through the tangible presence of a sacred, living animal. Archaeological evidence reinforces this symbolic significance. Excavations of the ritual road linking the Memphis temple to the Serapeum reveal a carefully measured path, lined with chapels and shrines that likely punctuated stages of ceremonial passage. Each stop would have been an opportunity for public witnessing of the API's divinity, a reinforcement of order, stability, and continuity within the kingdom. The layout of these precincts, harmonizing with the Nile's rhythms and the horizon's geometry, suggests that the cult's influence extended beyond religious devotion into the very structuring of the landscape. Yet even as the cult preserved knowledge and ritual across centuries, there remains an enduring ambiguity. Early APIs, predating the New Kingdom by many generations, show architectural and ceremonial parallels to mastaba tombs, raising profound questions about the transmission of religious knowledge. Did the priests of the Old Kingdom intuitively understand concepts that would later be codified? Or was there a deliberate preservation of secret knowledge, handed down within priestly lineages? The continuity implies a cultural memory that survived dynastic foreign invasions, and the gradual erosion of temple economies, hinting at a sacred thread, resistant to time's relentless flow. Even the Serapeum itself is shrouded in mystery. Though heavily excavated, it offers only glimpses into the complex interplay of devotion, engineering, and ritual. Granite sarcophagi sit in silence, some cracked and abandoned, others still sealed, while the surrounding corridors suggest spaces of communal worship and private ritual, now lost to the millennia. Scholars debate the degree to which these spaces were public versus exclusively priestly domains. But the presence of detailed inscriptions, ceremonial iconography, and carefully preserved offerings speaks to a culture obsessed with continuity and sacred propriety. Every detail, the orientation of a sarcophagus, the alignment of a chapel, the spacing of the ritual, roticos, an intent that reaches beyond the practical into the metaphysical. The API's bulls, life and death, thus became a cyclical mirror of Egypt's understanding of kingship and cosmic order. Each bull's selection, veneration, and burial reinforced not only the political legitimacy of the reigning pharaoh, but also the larger rhythm of life and death in the natural and divine world. In this way, the cult functioned as both religious observance and living archive, preserving ritual, architectural knowledge, and symbolic meaning across generations. The fact that certain techniques embalming, mastabines pired tomb construction, ritual procession appear consistent over thousands of years, speaks to a remarkable cultural resilience. Yet within this resilience lies subtle ambiguity. How much of what we uncover in Saqqara truly reflects the intentions of the ancient priests, and how much is the product of modern interpretation? The inscriptions and sarcophagi whisper of a world profoundly aware of mortality, divinity, and renewal, yet they remain tantalizingly incomplete. Even the most careful study cannot fully reconstruct the sensory reality of these rituals. The smell of incense, the low murmur of chants, the tactile presence of a living deity in the form of a bull whose life is both celebrated and mourned. These are elements that remain forever, beyond recovery. Fragments preserved only in stone, pigment, and imagination. In contemplating the API's bull, one senses the layering of temporalities, the immediate living presence of the animal, the enduring structures crafted in its honor, and the echoing knowledge of generations who came before. Each artifact, each architectural choice seems to speak across centuries, linking priest to priest, king to king, and human to divine. The cult embodies both continuity and mystery, preserving practices and beliefs whose full significance we can only partially apprehend. The cult's emphasis on renewal, kingship, and sacred continuity suggests a spiritual consciousness deeply rooted in Egypt's earliest eras, perhaps even stretching back to the age of pyramid builders and their intricate mortuary landscapes. Yet the precise nature of this continuity remains tantalizingly unresolved. We can trace rituals, roads, and tombs, but the essence, the lived experience, the sacred immediacy of the bull in its temple, the silent authority of its death escapes definitive comprehension. It remains a quiet, persistent question at the heart of Egyptology. How does a living symbol of divinity shape not only religious practice, but the enduring structures of culture, power, and memory? And so, in the shadow of Saqqara's labyrinthine corridors, amid granite sarcophagi carved with reverent precision, the API's bull rests. Its presence is eternal in form, if not in flesh, a reminder of a civilization's capacity for ritual continuity and sacred preservation. The priests who once tended its needs, the kings who sanctioned its veneration, and the artisans who carved its tombs all are silent now. Yet the air still seems to hum with their intent, their devotion, and their unanswered questions. In this hushed resonance, the story of the API's bull invites reflection, hinting at truths just beyond reach, and at mysteries that, perhaps, were never meant to be fully known. Chapter 16. The enigmatic Djoser el-Madir, beyond the shadow of the Step Pyramid, where the sands of Saqqara stretch into a horizon of muted gold. lies Djoser el-Madir, a monument of stone and silence. Unlike the pyramids that rise skyward in deliberate geometry, Djoser el-Madir is a quiet enigma, a vast rectangular enclosure. Its walls built of massive limestone blocks, some standing as much as 4 meters thick. Their weight, a silent testament to human labor, whose hands and faces are now lost to the eons. From the air, the enclosure traces a simple, almost skeletal outline, yet its scale is anything but modest, measuring approximately 650 by 350 meters. It asserts a presence that suggests deliberate design, yet offers no conventional narrative. There are no internal chambers, no burial shaft, no traces of a mortuary temple. Only the stark, commanding geometry of stone rising from the sands. The origins of Djoser el-Madir are obscured by the mists of the Second and early Third dynasties. Unlike Djoser's Step Pyramid, which heralded a revolutionary approach to monumental architecture, Djoser el-Madir defies easy chronology. Some Egyptologists, noting the style of construction and the rudimentary masonry techniques, place it tentatively before the age of Djoser, suggesting it might belong to an era when kingship was still consolidating the rituals and displays that would later define Old Kingdom monumentalism. Others argue for a later dating, positing that the enclosure may reflect experimental architectural ambitions, a trial in scale and layout that informed the pyramid complexes to come. Here, at the threshold of written record, the monument speaks through absence, a silence that invites speculation, in whispers of purpose, yet unpinned by certainty. Walking along the outer wall, one is struck by the sheer labor implied in its creation. Each limestone block, quarried perhaps tens of kilometers away, lifted and placed with ingenuity that predates our understanding of organized labor in early dynastic Egypt, hints at an emerging bureaucratic sophistication. The labor force would have required not only direction, but sustenance, the supply of food and water, and a social structure capable of sustaining such monumental effort. In this sense, Djoser el-Madir is as much a social document as it is a a record of collective human endeavor and ambition reaching toward the divine, yet recorded not in inscriptions, but in the sheer immensity of form. The lack of internal structures is perhaps the most beguiling aspect. In most Egyptian enclosures, the walls are frames for sacred or funerary architecture, temples, chapels, mastabas, or the pyramids themselves. Here, however, there is an emptiness that challenges conventional interpretation. Some scholars suggest it may have been a ceremonial enclosure, a space intended for ritual rather than interment. Perhaps kings of the Second Dynasty sought to enclose the sacred within boundaries alone, allowing the stone walls themselves to embody divine or cosmic order. Others see in it the remnants of an unfinished project, an abandoned vision whose interior was never realized, leaving only the skeletal outline as a monument to ambition interrupted. The stone walls, however, are resolute. They endure, where whatever purpose they were meant to serve has faded, hinting at forgotten ideologies or ritual practices that have left no other trace. Archaeological investigation has been cautious. Excavations have revealed little beyond the walls themselves, with minor finds of pottery shards and flint tools scattered across the surface, hinting at human activity, but revealing little of the enclosure's ultimate function. The stratigraphy does suggest that the structure was erected in the early dynastic period, yet the precision of dating remains elusive. Unlike the Step Pyramid or the later Mastaba complexes, there are no inscriptions to anchor it to a known ruler. Some have speculated that it could have been commissioned by a Second Dynasty king, whose name has escaped the historical record, perhaps a pharaoh whose reign was brief, or whose legacy was deliberately The uncertainty persists, leaving Djoser el-Madir as one of Saqqara's quieter yet hauntingly persistent mysteries. From an architectural perspective, the enclosure hints at a nascent understanding of scale and alignment that would later characterize the pyramids. Its rectangular footprint, oriented along a cardinal axis, prefigures the careful planning of Djoser's complex. Yet here, the walls are low, almost horizontal, lacking the verticality that later Egyptians would prize. This has led some researchers to hypothesize that Djoser el-Moder represents an experimental phase, a template in which the ancients explored the spatial principles that would later define monumental funerary architecture. Perhaps the enclosure was intended as a precursor, a rehearsal in stone, a place where architects and priests negotiated the language of power in its most elemental form, geometry and mass. Yet, for all its potential architectural significance, Djoser el-Moder retains a profound sense of mystery. Unlike the Step Pyramid, which celebrates a ruler and his divine destiny, the enclosure offers no narrative. There are no reliefs to convey the deeds of kings, no texts to instruct the living in the mysteries of death and rebirth. Its presence is a riddle, inviting both awe and frustration. Could it have been a sacred precinct, devoted to celestial or cosmic principles, rather than a single human figure? Some have noted its similarity to enclosures of later periods, suggesting that the conceptual vocabulary of sacred space was already forming, encoded in lines of stone rather than words. Yet the lack of interior structures makes any definitive interpretation speculative, leaving the monument suspended between eras, between understanding and mystery. Theories about its function remain as varied as they are unresolved. Certain archaeologists propose that it was a royal cemetery, an enclosure that once contained wooden or perishable structures, now vanished, leaving only stone as witness. Others argue that it may have been a space for the ritual commemoration of kingship itself, a place in which processions and ceremonies unfolded against the backdrop of monumental walls. The absence of internal structures, emphasizing the symbolic rather than the practical. In this view, the enclosure becomes a stage upon which the nascent ideology of divine rulership might have been performed. Its emptiness, a deliberate canvas for ritual action, in the broader landscape of Djoser el-Moder, sits quietly, overshadowed by the Step Pyramid, yet significant in ways that are only now being glimpsed. Its placement suggests deliberate spatial relationships with neighboring monuments, hinting at a complex understanding of sacred geography. Perhaps it was part of a larger ritual landscape, an echo of earlier architectural experiments now largely erased by time and later construction. In the silent dialogue between monuments, Djoser el-Moder speaks not through grand decoration or tomb, but through the very choice of scale, proportion, and orientation. The monument's endurance is a reminder of the ancient Egyptians' sophisticated grasp of construction and planning long before the great pyramid builders of the Fourth Dynasty. It is an archive of stone, a whisper from a time when kingship, ritual, and architecture were still finding their forms. Its thick walls, unbroken by interior chambers, may hint at secrecy, at knowledge withheld, or at an ideology that no longer survives in texts or images. In this quiet, almost forgotten corner of Saqqara, the stone itself seems to pulse with questions. What was intended here? Who commanded it? And why has it left so few traces of its original purpose? Djoser el-Moder's mystery is compounded by what it does not reveal. There are no obvious burial chambers, no inscriptions to anchor it to a known figure, and no explicit ritual artifacts to guide interpretation. Yet, in its emptiness lies its power. It invites us to contemplate the evolution of monumental architecture and the rituals of early kingship. It forces us to recognize the gaps in our understanding, the silences in the archaeological record, where time has erased what may have been common knowledge to those who built it. In this sense, the monument is not incomplete. It is deliberately enigmatic, a provocation to the imagination of historians, archaeologists, and casual observers alike. As the sun sets over the western desert, casting long shadows across the enclosure, the stone seems almost to breathe with memory. It is a reminder that not all monuments were intended to speak in the language we understand, that some were constructed to endure in ways that transcend the mortal desire for record or fame. Djoser el-Moder stands as a testament to labor, ambition, and the unknowable intentions of a distant age. Its silence as profound as the Step Pyramid's song of kingship. And yet, for all the speculation and study, it remains unresolved, relic of a vision we can glimpse, but never fully grasp, a threshold between eras, inviting us to step closer and listen for the secrets that may never fully emerge. Chapter 17. The Northern Ridge Tombs. Along the northern edge of the Saqqara Plateau, a subtle rise of limestone marks the entrance to a section of the necropolis that has long remained in shadow, overlooked by both time and scholars. Known today as the Northern Ridge, this elevated stretch of terrain conceals a labyrinth of tombs, shafts, and chambers that span centuries, from the monumental Old Kingdom burials to later interments of the late period. Walking along this ridge, one can feel the gradual layering of history underfoot. Each step presses against millennia of dust. Each shadow conceals the outlines of tombs, whose discovery is still a matter of ongoing excavation. It is a place where the past insists upon itself quietly, demanding patience and meticulous attention. For here the dead are layered, and each layer tells a story of continuity, adaptation, and reverence. Recent excavations along this northern rise have revealed tomb shafts of astonishing depth. Some descend more than 30 meters below the surface, their passages cutting through older strata, sometimes intersecting the foundations of earlier structures. Archaeologists have noted that these shafts are not merely vertical conduits to the afterlife. They are carefully planned architectural constructs. Chambers branch outward, connected by narrow corridors or vaulted passageways, each chamber often distinguished by its function. Storage galleries contain remnants of funerary offerings, ceramic vessels, oils, linens, and resin jars, once used in rituals of preservation. Nearby, workshops associated with mummification have been identified, spaces where embalmers labored over the bodies of the deceased, applying techniques that illuminate centuries of mortuary practice. The discovery of mummification. Workshops along the Northern Ridge provides an exceptional window into the intersection of technology, religion, and daily practice. Analysis of residues within these spaces reveals the use of natron, resins, and oils in proportions that evolved over time, reflecting changes in ritual procedure and available materials. Traces of linen strips and embalming implements suggest a methodical approach, one standardized enough to be repeated across generations, yet adapted to the specific needs of high-status burials. Scholars have noted parallels between these practices and textual references from later periods, indicating a remarkable continuity of ritual knowledge that persisted for centuries, preserved in both practice and memory. Beneath the ridge, the stratigraphy of the tombs tells a story of layered occupation. Sediment analysis indicates multiple construction phases, revealing a dialogue between past and present that is almost architectural in nature. In some cases, shafts were dug directly through the foundations of older tombs, their builders deliberately reusing earlier stone walls or aligning new chambers with pre-existing corridors. This recycling of sacred space suggests a profound respect for the past, but also practical considerations. Space on the plateau was finite, and successive generations may have regarded earlier tombs as both protective and symbolic. The stratified layers present an intricate puzzle for archaeologists, one that requires careful excavation and recording to tease apart centuries of human activity. Among the most compelling features of the Northern Ridge are the interconnections between seemingly independent tombs. Excavations have revealed passages that link shafts beneath surface structures, forming subterranean networks that suggest coordinated planning. These hidden corridors, sometimes narrow and sometimes expansive, challenge the conventional perception of Saqqara as a series of discrete cemeteries. Instead, they hint at a long-standing spatial logic, a vision that extended beyond individual tombs to encompass a broader ritual landscape. Whether these connections were intended for symbolic passage, practical access, or some combination of both. They underscore the sophistication of Old Kingdom architecture and its adaptability over centuries. Artifacts recovered from the northern ridge shed light not only on funerary practice, but also on the material culture of the necropolis. Ceramics found in storage galleries include vessels of diverse forms, many inscribed with offering formulas or the names of officials. Wooden figurines, often finely carved, are accompanied by fragments of painted reliefs, suggesting a once vibrant decorative scheme within the subterranean chambers. Even more enigmatic are small votive objects, whose function is still debated. Some may have been intended to accompany the deceased in the afterlife. Others may have been used in rituals conducted within the tombs themselves. Each object is a fragment of memory, a tangible echo of individuals, long vanished, yet intimately tied to the sacred topography of the plateau. The depth and complexity of these northern tombs also provide evidence for evolving mortuary ideology. In the Old Kingdom, shafts were often the exclusive domain of elite individuals, their size and decoration reflecting social rank and religious significance. By the late period, tombs became more varied in scale, with smaller interments suggesting a democratization of funerary access or shifts in ritual emphasis. Yet, despite these changes, certain architectural conventions persist. Shafts continue to descend vertically, chambers remain compartmentalized, and passages align with cardinal points or nearby ceremonial structures. Such continuity across centuries highlights the resilience of Egyptian beliefs concerning death, the afterlife, and the sacred nature of space itself. The stratified nature of the northern ridge tombs raises intriguing questions about what lies beneath the surface. Remote sensing and ground-penetrating radar have suggested the presence of yet undiscovered shafts and chambers, some of which may predate even the earliest known Old Kingdom burials. These invisible layers hint at a deeper history of the plateau, a sacred geography whose origins are lost to memory, but whose influence shaped the arrangement of later tombs. The deliberate placement of new interments above older foundations suggests a consciousness of temporal depth, an awareness that the living were entering a continuum rather than creating something wholly new. In this sense, Saqqara becomes less a cemetery and more a dialogue with time itself. Among the most striking aspects of the northern ridge is the juxtaposition of activity and stillness. Above ground, the ridge may appear desolate, marked only by scattered limestone blocks and the faint outlines of collapsed below ground. However, it teems with evidence of human endeavor. Workshops filled with chemical traces, chambers adorned with relief fragments, and storage galleries carefully organized. This contrast between the visible and the hidden reflects a broader theme of Egyptian mortuary culture: the layering of meaning, the deliberate concealment of sacred work, and the interplay of permanence and the plateau itself, shifting slowly under wind and sand, seems to guard its secrets, permitting only selective revelation to those who excavate with patience and respect. In considering the northern ridge, one must also reflect on the human element, the laborers, artisans, and officials whose lives were intertwined with these subterranean networks. Carving shafts 30 meters deep into bedrock, aligning chambers with architectural precision, and preparing bodies with care required a high degree of organization and specialized skill. These individuals were not anonymous in practice. Their choices and expertise shaped the sacred landscape. Even if their names are now lost, the tombs themselves serve as a silent testament to their labor, a record of devotion and mastery etched into stone and sediment. Even today, the ridge holds the promise of further discovery. As excavation techniques advance, and as remote sensing technologies refine our understanding of subsurface features, the potential for uncovering earlier layers of architecture and ritual practice grows. Each newly exposed chamber or passage reframes our understanding of Saqqara's history, reminding us that the plateau is not a static relic, but a living archive of human endeavor. The northern ridge, with its deep shafts, workshops, and interconnected tombs, challenges us to consider the continuity of sacred activity across centuries, and the ways in which the past informs the present, often in ways invisible to the eye, as the sun dips toward the western horizon. Long shadows stretch across the ridge, revealing the subtle contours of tombs yet to be fully explored. The silence of the plateau is almost complete, broken only by the wind stirring the sand, hinting at mysteries that remain buried beneath meters of sediment. Who first carved these deep shafts? Which hands prepared the mummified bodies that rested within the chambers? What earlier structures lie beneath the known tombs, waiting for discovery? The northern ridge offers answers in fragments, in objects, in the alignment of corridors, and the faint imprint of human intention. Yet it preserves its deepest secrets for those willing to descend carefully, chamber by chamber, into the shadows of history. Here, on this northern rise of Saqqara, the continuity of sacred activity is palpable. Time, layers upon time. Yet the plateau retains coherence, a testament to the enduring vision of those who shaped it. And yet, as with all things Saqqara, every revelation is tempered by uncertainty. For, beneath the sand and stone, the necropolis holds further mysteries, and ancient architects whispering from the depths, inviting us to continue listening, continuing to step ever deeper into the vast, complex, and still unfolding story of Egypt's eternal city of the dead. Chapter 18. The Pyramid of Pepi. Amid the shifting sands of Saqqara, south of the Pyramid of Ti, stands the remnants of the Pyramid of Pepi monument, at once monumental and intimate, resonating with the quiet power of ritual, devotion, and architectural mastery. Constructed during the 6th dynasty of the Old Kingdom, Pepi's complex exemplifies the culmination of pyramid design and religious expression. Its surface may have been stripped by centuries of stone robbing, its outer casing largely vanished. Yet beneath the erosion lies a substructure of meticulous precision, carved with skill that speaks to the sophistication of Old Kingdom artisans. The corridors, chambers, and passageways, though partially collapsed or hidden under debris, preserve an extraordinary level of geometric alignment and detail. Here, the architecture itself becomes a testament not only to the king's authority, but to the continuity of ritual thought that had evolved over generations. Pepi's reign, roughly dated between 2332 and 2287 BC, is recognized as a period of relative stability, enabling a central administration capable of orchestrating large-scale construction projects. Across Egypt, temples, mastabas, and smaller pyramids attest to this period's remarkable output. The Pyramid of Pepi, while modest in scale compared to the towering structures of the 4th dynasty, achieves an elegance that merges function and symbolism. Within its walls, the fully developed pyramid texts are engraved sacred inscriptions designed to guide the king in the afterlife. These texts, carved with precision into limestone, reveal not only religious ideology, but also the subtle interplay of magic, cosmology, and political affirmation. The words themselves are structured as incantations, prayers, and commands, ensuring the pharaoh's rebirth, an eternal union with the divine. The substructure is a labyrinth of corridors and chambers that reflect a meticulous understanding of spatial order. The burial chamber, oriented with care toward celestial alignments, contains walls lined with reliefs of hieroglyphs, each letter and symbol cut with consistency and clarity, a silent echo of the artisan's devotion. Despite the decay and removal of stone, traces of these inscriptions survive, allowing scholars to reconstruct ritual sequences associated with the king's transition into eternity. These inscriptions mirror themes found in earlier pyramid complexes, particularly those of Unas and Teti, but they also demonstrate a refinement of language and ritual that is unmistakably characteristic of Pepi's time. Beyond textual and architectural considerations, fragments of reliefs recovered from the mortuary temple hint at ceremonial activity tied to the rejuvenation of the king. Figures are depicted offering libations, performing rites, or presenting symbolic objects designed to secure cosmic balance. The artistry, though now fragmented, conveys movement, hierarchy, and reverence, revealing the intimate relationship between ritual performance and monumental space. Every chamber, every passage, becomes a stage where human devotion and divine expectation intersect, physical embodiment of the king's journey from mortality to eternity. Yet the pyramid also conceals traces of a deeper temporal landscape. Archaeological excavations beneath foundation stones have revealed pottery sherds predating Pepe I's reign, suggesting that the chosen site may have hosted earlier structures, now lost to time. These sherds, unassuming and easily overlooked, hint at continuity of sacred space, or perhaps the layering of successive dynastic ambitions upon a shared landscape. They serve as quiet reminders that monumental architecture rarely exists in isolation. It is always absorbing and transforming the energy, ritual, and memory of prior generations. The planning of Pepe I's pyramid reflects a nuanced understanding of geometry, orientation, and symbolism. Passageways intersect at deliberate angles. Chambers are proportioned with a balance between function and spiritual resonance, and the alignment with cardinal directions underscores a cosmological consciousness embedded in the very fabric of the complex. The design is not merely practical, it is performative, reflecting the king's intention to assert control over earthly and celestial realms. Modern scholars often remark on the subtlety of this architecture. While lacking the monumental mass of earlier 4th Dynasty pyramids, Pepe I's construction achieves an elegance born of refined technique, ritual sophistication, and careful management of resources. Stone robbing over the centuries has stripped the complex of much of its grandeur. Limestone casing, quarried with remarkable precision and originally reflecting sunlight across the desert, has been removed for reuse in later constructions. Yet, in the surviving substructure, the precision of carving and the fidelity of alignment remain intact, hinting at a construction culture capable of remarkable consistency. This duality, destruction and preservation, loss and endurance, imbues Pepe I's pyramid with an aura of quiet mystery. It is a monument, at once vulnerable to time and resistant to its erasure. Even as the physical structure invites admiration, the site's archaeological layers provoke deeper questions. Was the presence of earlier material evidence of pre-existing sacred activity, or merely incidental debris incorporated into the construction foundation? Does the site's location south of Teti's pyramid suggest deliberate alignment with royal tradition, or is it a coincidence of landscape? Each question invites speculation, yet answers remain elusive, concealed beneath layers of stone, sand, and centuries of human intervention. This interplay between certainty and conjecture is central to the study of Pepe I's complex, offering both tangible insights and subtle enigmas. The ritual landscape surrounding the pyramid also reveals the social and administrative capacity of the Old Kingdom. Mortuary temples, causeways, subsidiary pyramids for queens, and enclosures for offerings all demonstrate an organized labor force, specialized craftsmanship, and an intricate logistical network. Pepe I's construction projects suggest not only political stability, but also a worldview in which architecture, ritual, and statecraft are intertwined. The pyramid, in its quiet, enduring presence, asserts authority, mediates cosmic order, and enshrines cultural memory on enduring. Testament to the organizational sophistication of early Egypt. Walking through the remnants of the pyramid's corridors today, one senses a rhythm of human activity frozen in stone. The echo of chisels, the careful alignment of blocks, the chanting of priests, these intangible elements resonate faintly, carried across millennia. Each chamber, each relief fragment, each inscribed glyph becomes a point of contact with the intentions, hopes, and fears of a civilization long past. The pyramid, though incomplete and partially destroyed, remains a medium through which the ambitions of Pepe I and his society continue to speak. urging modern observers to consider not only what was built, but why, and to what end. Pepi's pyramid stands at the intersection of tradition and innovation. It embodies the full flowering of the pyramid text's tradition, while preserving subtle archaeological traces of deeper historical layers. It is a monument that looks backward, echoing the ritual's alignments and forms of prior kings, and simultaneously forward, refining architectural techniques and ritual expression to levels not previously achieved. Its presence underscores the continuity of belief, the careful calibration of space and symbol, and the enduring capacity of human societies to project meaning into stone. And yet, for all its precision, its inscriptions, and its careful planning, the Pyramid of Pepi does not yield its secrets completely. Many chambers remain inaccessible or fragile, and the full scope of ritual, astronomical, or symbolic intention can only be glimpsed through fragmentary evidence. It remains a structure of both clarity and ambiguity, one where the known and unknown coexist in delicate balance. The pyramid invites reverence, not merely for its visible grandeur, but for the enduring mystery that lingers in its corridors, in the pottery beneath its foundations, and in the faint echoes of the rituals it once hosted. In contemplating Pepi's pyramid, one encounters the essence of Old Kingdom ingenuity, a fusion of spiritual aspiration, administrative capacity, and architectural mastery, carefully calibrated into stone. It is a monument that speaks of power, devotion, and continuity. Yet it also asks questions that time cannot answer fully. The complex endures as a threshold between eras, a place where history, ritual, and myth converge, and where the whispers of the past remain suspended in the silent corridors of limestone, awaiting rediscovery. Chapter 19. Pepi II and the Decline of Pyramid Building. In the waning centuries of Egypt's Old Kingdom, the horizon of the Nile was no longer defined solely by monumental stone. The pyramids, once soaring symbols of divine kingship and technical mastery, began to shrink in scale, their edges less precise, their interiors less intricate. Among these late constructions, the Pyramid of Pepi II stands as a quiet witness to a civilization in transition, a structure that carries both the weight of centuries of architectural tradition and the shadow of decline. Pepi II, who is reported by later sources to have ruled for an astonishing 6 decades or more, ascended the throne as a child, and his reign spanned a period of immense social, political, and environmental change. His pyramid complex, situated in adheres to the established layout of Old Kingdom mortuary temples and pyramid enclosures. Yet it lacks the monumental scale and meticulous craftsmanship of the Great Pyramids of Giza, or even those of his immediate predecessors. The diminished scale of Pepi II's pyramid cannot be divorced from the broader context of his time. Inscriptions from provincial tombs, often composed by local officials and scribes, reveal a landscape of growing regional autonomy. Nomarchs, governors of Egypt's provinces, were increasingly asserting authority, independent of the central state. Where once the pharaoh's word had been absolute, now, local rulers negotiated power, resources, and labor in ways that eroded the centralized control that had underpinned the monumental building projects of the earlier Old Kingdom. These inscriptions speak not of rebellion in dramatic terms, but of subtle shifts, the delegation of authority, the gradual accumulation of wealth in provincial centers, the loosening grip of the throne over the flow of Nile, labor, and taxation. The grand labor forces that had been marshaled to cut limestone and granite, to transport it along canals and rivers, and to assemble it into massive pyramids were no longer as readily available as obedient to a king whose authority had weakened with time. Environmental factors compounded the challenges. Records from the period indicate irregularities in the Nile's inundations. Flow floods threatened agriculture, limiting both the resources available to the state and the laborers who were dependent on surplus grain. Famine, economic contraction, and local hardship combined to diminish the kingdom's capacity for sustained monumental construction. The Pyramid of Pepi II with its relatively modest dimensions compared to the colossal structures of the 4th dynasty, reflects these constraints. Its core is less carefully aligned, its limestone casing thinner, its interior chambers simpler, yet the choice to continue building it all, in the face of declining resources and political fragmentation, demonstrates the enduring symbolic importance of pyramids as markers of divine kingship. Even in a period of decline, the pharaoh's role as guarantor of cosmic order demanded expression through stone. Artisans and architects, whose predecessors had perfected techniques of precise alignment, interlocking blocks, and internal chambers, faced new challenges. Whether knowledge of advanced surveying, construction, and ceremonial design was lost entirely is impossible to determine. The surviving structures suggest at least a partial erosion of skill, or the adaptation of techniques to reduced labor forces and constrained materials. Some chambers of Pepe II's complex appear hastily constructed, their passages narrower, their corbelled ceilings less finely executed. Decorative reliefs and inscriptions, which in earlier pyramids might have demonstrated extraordinary finesse and uniformity, now show variations that hint at hurried execution or the employment of less experienced artisans. Yet, even in these imperfections, the continuity of tradition is visible. The mortuary temple remains aligned along cardinal points. The causeway links the pyramid to its valley temple, and ritual spaces retain symbolic significance. The form persists, even as the precision fades, a silent testament to a civilization attempting to uphold its heritage under duress. Political historians reading these inscriptions perceive a kingdom in slow unraveling. Pepe II's exceptionally long reign may have contributed to the erosion of central authority, paradoxically strengthening local power structures, even as the figurehead of Egypt continued to embody absolute kingship. Over decades, administrative offices became entrenched. Wealth accumulated regionally, and loyalty shifted from distant monarch to local governor. This decentralization had immediate consequences for monumental building. The centralized organization required to quarry, transport, and assemble large-scale stonework became harder to maintain. Moreover, the economic strain of feeding, housing, and paying thousands of workers over decades was immense. The gradual reduction in pyramid size can thus be read as a direct reflection of the kingdom's capacity to marshal human and material resources. Yet the Pyramid of Pepe II is not merely a monument of decline. It is a bridge between eras. It embodies the accumulated knowledge of centuries of pyramid building, preserving elements of architectural tradition, even as it shows signs of decay. The mortuary complex follows the classical template, with its valley temple, causeway, and pyramid chapel, demonstrating that ceremonial and cosmological principles continued to guide construction. Inscriptions on the walls speak to ongoing religious practices, the maintenance of royal cults, and the pharaoh's eternal role as mediator between gods and men. The craftsmanship, though reduced, remains functional and symbolically potent. Every step, every chamber, every orientation is informed by ritual, geometry, and an awareness of tradition. The pyramid is at once a monument of achievement and a record of a civilization grappling with limits imposed by politics, environment, and the passage of time. Archaeologists examining Pepe II's complex have noted anomalies that hint at attempts to preserve lost techniques. Certain masonry practices, for example, mirror those of earlier dynasties, even when labor or material constraints would have allowed simpler methods. In some chambers, corbelling and internal relieving structures maintain proportions reminiscent of 4th dynasty innovations, as though artisans sought to replicate the grandeur of the past, despite diminished resources. These echoes of earlier skill suggest an awareness of knowledge at risk of disappearing. Perhaps scribes or master masons attempted to codify these techniques in records or oral instructions, striving to transmit what they could to future generations, even as the state's ability to enforce large-scale construction weakened. The pyramid thus becomes not only a tomb but a repository of cultural memory, preserving fragments of architectural wisdom for those who would study its stones centuries later. Inscriptions from Pepe, II's time, reveal more than economic and political tension. They also convey a worldview in which cosmic order and kingship were inseparable. The pharaoh's legitimacy was intertwined with ritual, and with the successful maintenance of the principle of balance and harmony. A decline in Nile floods, a decentralization of authority, or disruptions in labor supply were not merely administrative problems. They were understood as threats to the cosmic order itself. The pyramid, even in its reduced state, served as a stabilizing symbol. It anchored the king within the landscape, projected divine presence across the Nile Valley, and signaled to the gods and subjects alike that the office of the pharaoh endured. In this way, Pepe II's pyramid is both a monument to decline and an affirmation of continuity, a structure standing at the intersection of history and ideology. The final expression of the Old Kingdom's pyramid tradition raises questions about knowledge lost in this turbulent era. What surveying techniques, architectural calculations, and ritual instructions disappeared when centralized control waned? How did artisans adapt to smaller workforces, regional autonomy, and environmental stress? Later, generations Middle Kingdom and New Kingdom architects, priests, and scribes may have attempted to reconstruct or reinterpret the methods of the past. Yet gaps in documentation and material evidence suggest that some aspects of Old Kingdom mastery were irretrievably lost. In this way, Pepe II's pyramid embodies both the persistence and the fragility of human knowledge. Its stones, narrating a story of ingenuity, adaptation, and partial disappearance. Walking through the remains of Pepe II's complex today, one senses the weight of centuries pressing upon every block. The pyramid may not reach the heights of Giza, nor does its casing gleam with the precision of earlier monuments. Yet it retains an enduring presence. Its stones, imperfect yet deliberate, speak of kingship under strain, of artisans striving to honor tradition in a changing world, and of knowledge that teetered on the edge between preservation and oblivion. The decline it represents is not absolute. It is tempered by continuity, by the careful maintenance of symbolic form, and by echoes of techniques whose origins stretch back to the earliest pyramid builders. Pepe II's pyramid marks the end of an era, the final major expression of a tradition that had flourished for centuries. Its imperfections, its reduced scale, and the surrounding inscriptions all hint at broader social and environmental pressures, and at the subtle erosion of technical knowledge over decades of political and economic instability. Yet within these stones remains a legacy of resilience, a testament to a civilization attempting to sustain its ideals against the currents of history. Chapter 20. The Lost Labyrinth, described by Herodotus, writing in the 5th century BC, left the world a tantalizing description of a structure both monumental and mysterious. A labyrinth unlike any other, said to surpass even the grandeur of the pyramids. He described it as a vast complex of thousands of chambers, both above and below ground, stretching across the landscape like an architectural enigma. According to his account, this labyrinth was situated near the pyramid of Amenhotep III at Hawara, serving not only as a tomb but as a ceremonial center for the nomes of Egypt, a hub of administration, ritual, and perhaps secrecy. Herodotus emphasized its scale and intricacy, claiming that no ordinary visitor could navigate it without guidance, that its corridors twisted and doubled back, and that its subterranean galleries were filled with hidden chambers. For centuries, his words have inspired both awe and skepticism. Despite the traditional association with Hawara, the notion of a labyrinth resonates more broadly across Egypt's archaeological record, hinting at a long-standing cultural fascination with subterranean complexity. Beneath the plateau of Saqqara, for instance, extensive underground passages and galleries predate or parallel many later constructions. The Step Pyramid of Djoser alone contains a network of tunnels, chambers, and corridors, some reaching deep into the bedrock, forming a proto-labyrinthine system whose purpose remains partly obscure. Beneath Saqqara's sands lie unfinished galleries and chambers whose original functions are only partially understood. Some archaeologists propose that these early subterranean experiments may have influenced later labyrinthian designs or, at the very least, reflect the same impulse to organize space into interweaving, ritualized underground networks. The Step Pyramid's substructure is a marvel in itself. Descending through its corridors, one encounters galleries lined with limestone, each passageway meticulously carved and carefully aligned. The chambers, many sealed or unfinished, demonstrate an architectural vocabulary that would be echoed and refined in later periods. It is here, some suggest, that we may find the roots of Herodotus' labyrinth, an early experiment in creating controlled subterranean space, where movement, access, and secrecy were carefully orchestrated. While no definitive evidence ties Saqqara to the labyrinth of legend, the conceptual parallels are striking. In both cases, the architecture speaks of authority, ritual, and the human desire to create spaces that both conceal and reveal, to shape experience in ways beyond ordinary perception. The notion of labyrinths also intersects with Egyptian cosmology. Underground corridors, in many early dynastic tombs, were not merely practical. They symbolized the journey into the underworld, the path of the deceased pharaoh through Duat, the realm of the dead. Each gallery or chamber could embody stages of that spiritual passage, the twisting corridors mirroring the complexity of life, death, and rebirth. In this sense, Herodotus' labyrinth may have been both physical and symbolic, a monumental architecture of memory and ritual designed to embody the journey of kingship and the administration of the living world above. It was, in essence, a spatial representation of order imposed upon chaos, a motif found repeatedly in Egyptian thought. Yet, the labyrinth, as described, seems to exceed even the most ambitious known subterranean works. Herodotus claimed that it contained 12 main courts, each surrounded by 2,000 chambers, half above ground and half below, their roofs and walls decorated with carved reliefs and inscriptions. He suggested that some of these chambers served as treasuries or administrative offices, while others were dedicated to ceremonies or housed sacred objects. The scale and complexity he described have left modern archaeologists both intrigued and skeptical. No discovered site matches his account precisely, prompting some scholars to speculate that he may have conflated multiple structures or relied on local oral histories that exaggerated their scale. Yet, even as the literal existence of such a labyrinth remains unconfirmed, the persistence of his story points to the human fascination with hidden, secret spaces that organize the sacred, the political, and the unknown. The geography of Saqqara itself lends credence to the possibility of lost labyrinthine structures. The plateau is riddled with subsurface anomalies, many still unexcavated, some only detectable through geological survey or satellite imagery. Geophysical studies reveal voids, depressions, and irregularities beneath the sands, suggesting the presence of buried chambers, passageways, or foundations. Some of these may belong to known tombs and pyramids, while others hint at structures that have been entirely forgotten. The very act of burial, love sand and sediment, accumulating over centuries, has preserved these spaces while simultaneously concealing them, creating a silent record that is at once tantalizing and frustrating. Could some of these hidden chambers form part of the labyrinth Herodotus described? The question lingers, unanswered. Earlier examples of labyrinthine design in Egypt may offer further insight. Excavations beneath the unfinished pyramid of Serapeum, for example, reveal galleries and chambers that extend in directions that appear almost their layout is both deliberate and irregular, suggesting that architects were testing principles of space, weight, and movement. Certain corridors are narrow and low, others wider and more ceremonial, as if the builders were exploring both functional and symbolic possibilities. Here, one can imagine the proto-labyrinth taking shape, a controlled environment where form and ritual intersect, where passageways guide movement in ways that are both practical and enigmatic. The idea of labyrinths also resonates beyond Egypt. Ancient cultures, across the Mediterranean and Near East, used labyrinthine motifs in tombs, temples, and sacred enclosures. From the Minoan palaces at Knossos to Mesopotamian ziggurats, there exists a recurring fascination with controlled, often concealed spaces. In Egypt, however, the labyrinth is not merely aesthetic. It is deeply entwined with cosmology, kingship, and the administration of sacred power. The subterranean networks beneath pyramids and temple complexes served multiple purposes: ritual storage, burial, and perhaps secretive governance, blurring the line between myth and lived experience. Herodotus' account, while centuries later, may capture the memory of earlier architectural experiments that are now lost to time. Some scholars propose that he drew upon tales of multiple subterranean complexes, combining their features into a single narrative. The Step Pyramid, Sisiemkut's unfinished galleries, and other Third Dynasty constructions may have provided templates for this legendary labyrinth, each contributing elements of corridors, chambers, and ceremonial spaces to the collective memory. Even if no single structure fully matches his description, the underlying architectural logic, complex and subterranean, remains visible in Egypt's early monumental works. It is this continuity of purpose that fascinates modern observers. The labyrinth, real or imagined, embodies the tension between what is visible and what is hidden, between human ambition and the limitations of life. For the ancients, constructing a labyrinth was not merely an exercise in engineering, but a symbolic act, a way of mapping cosmic and political order onto the earth, while simultaneously concealing its most potent secrets. In this sense, the labyrinth is as much an idea as it is a physical space, a conceptual echo that may survive even when the stones themselves have disappeared beneath sand and time. As one walks the plateau today, the air heavy with centuries of wind and memory, it is impossible not to sense the presence of these hidden corridors. Every mound, every subtle elevation in the sand, hints at subterranean spaces still undiscovered. The labyrinth, whether located at Hawara or scattered in fragmented echoes beneath Saqqara, continues to evoke a vision of architecture as both enigma and ritual. It reminds us that for the Egyptians, the underground was not simply a place of burial, but a domain of imagination and control, a canvas upon which kings, priests, and architects could project power, memory, and the eternal cycles of life and death. Herodotus' words, though filtered through centuries, offer a window into a mindset that revered complexity, secrecy, and permanence. His labyrinth was more than a building. It was a statement, a testament to the human desire to impose structure upon chaos, to render the invisible visible, and to transform stone into a vessel of authority and memory. In the shifting sands of Saqqara, hints of this impulse remain, waiting for patient eyes and careful hands to uncover their traces. And in these shadows, beneath layers of earth and history, the labyrinth persists, not fully realized, not entirely lost, but always suggestive, inviting us to contemplate the spaces that lie hidden, the stories still untold. Chapter 21. The Old Kingdom Quarrying and Transport System. To gaze upon the pyramids of Saqqara is to witness the culmination of a monumental orchestration, one that began not in the desert sands, but in the stone itself. The limestone that forms the bulk of these structures was quarried nearby, lifted from the ridges and terraces that rise like sedimentary steps beside the plateau. Its extraction was a deliberate process. Workers would cut precise blocks using copper chisels, dolerite pounders, and wooden wedges, carefully prying each piece from the living rock. The effort required was immense, but the relative proximity of the limestone meant that construction could proceed at a steady pace. Layer by layer, with the stone's weight and size calibrated to the limitations of human and animal strength. Even here, however, archaeologists discern signs of experimentation, early attempts to standardize block dimensions, variations that hint at on-the-fly adjustments, and traces of transport channels that once guided the stones from quarry to pyramid base. Granite, by contrast, demanded a more extraordinary undertaking. The immense sarcophagi, obelisks, and architectural elements of pink and red granite were quarried hundreds of kilometers to the south, in Aswan, where the stone lay in massive deposits along the Nile's eastern bank. Moving these monoliths required a logistics network whose sophistication is only now coming into focus. Evidence from multiple sources, reliefs along Sahara's causeway, papyri, and artifacts from Wadi el and recently re-examined canal system suggests that granite blocks were first dressed at the quarry, then loaded onto specially designed boats, their weight distributed to prevent sinking in the river. These vessels, propelled by oarsmen and guided by skilled navigators, traveled the Nile, sometimes under carefully timed seasonal conditions, when water levels permitted navigation. Alongside the boats, teams of engineers and overseers monitored every step, ensuring that measurements, loading techniques, and travel schedules adhered to a standardized system. The journey from Aswan to Saqqara was neither trivial nor brief. Workers' barracks have been discovered at intervals along the Nile, places where crews could rest, resupply, and coordinate the next stage of transport. Canal networks, often overlooked in earlier studies, played a critical role. They allowed stones to bypass the natural meanders of the river, reducing travel distance and the risks of stranding or collision. These canals were dug with careful attention to depth and gradient, lined in some sections to prevent collapse, and occasionally adorned with markers or inscriptions that recorded measurements and construction dates. Such infrastructure indicates a level of planning that transcends mere practicality, reveals a civilization capable of orchestrating thousands of men, hundreds of vessels, and countless tons of stone across a landscape hundreds of kilometers long, all in service of a monumental vision. Sledges, too, were essential to the final stage of transport. Reliefs from Sahir's mortuary complex depict large blocks being dragged across prepared surfaces, sometimes moistened to reduce friction. The effort required scores of men working in unison, coordinated by overseers whose inscriptions survive as both practical records and ceremonial proclamations of labor. These scenes capture the rhythm of movement. Ropes taut, sledges sliding over lubricated paths, rhythmic chants possibly maintaining pace. The human body extended to its limits, in service to the divine. Archaeologists have noted that some of the largest sarcophagus lids would have challenged conventional calculation, suggesting that the builders relied not only on brute force, but on sophisticated knowledge of leverage, load distribution, and perhaps even mechanical aids lost to time. Administrative records complement this visual evidence, demonstrating that Old Kingdom builders were not improvising. Documents from Wadi el-Jarf, among the earliest harbor logs known, list workers, rations, and material quantities, indicating a bureaucratic precision remarkable for its era. Labor forces were organized into crews with hierarchies, overseen by officials whose names and ranks were meticulously recorded. Measurements, too, appear standardized, with cubit rods and leveling instruments ensuring that stone blocks fit together with minimal gaps. This systematization was essential not only to maintain structural integrity, but also to transmit knowledge across generations. A misalignment of a single layer could compromise the entire edifice, so methods, dimensions, and sequences had to be recorded, taught, and executed with care. Yet even within this order, questions arise. The immense size of some granite lids, for instance, seems almost deliberately excessive from a purely functional perspective. Were these choices symbolic, intended to convey the majesty and permanence of the pharaoh? Or do they reflect a confidence in techniques that, while largely understood, pushed the limits of available knowledge. Archaeologists have speculated that some dimensions may have been inherited from earlier models, or dictated by religious and cosmological considerations, rather than logistical convenience. The interplay between practicality and ideology, between human capacity and sacred design, is evident in every heavy, impossibly precise stone. Modern studies of the quarrying process further illuminate the ingenuity involved. Marks on limestone and granite surfaces reveal systematic cutting patterns, indicating that stone was carefully extracted to minimize waste while preserving usable dimensions. Experimental archaeology has demonstrated that with copper tools, ropes, and wooden levers, even enormous blocks could be moved, shaped, and positioned, though only through extraordinary coordination. The evidence suggests that Egyptian builders had not only perfected techniques of cutting and transport, but also developed methods to anticipate and mitigate the dangers inherent in moving massive stones: fractures, uneven terrain, seasonal floods, and human error. Each project was both a physical and intellectual feat, a negotiation with material environment and workforce alike. The canals, the boats, the sledges, the barracks, and the meticulous records together illustrate a system that was far more than a collection of ad hoc solutions. It was a network designed to synchronize hundreds, perhaps thousands, of simultaneous operations. Every journey down the Nile, every drag across sand, every placement of a stone atop another represented the culmination of planning, oversight, and accumulated expertise. Yet the evidence also underscores what remains unknown. We cannot fully reconstruct the decision-making processes behind certain architectural choices, the precise methods for moving stones over long distances, or the rituals and motivations that informed these monumental undertakings. In contemplating this system, one is struck by its scale and its ambition. The Old Kingdom quarrying and transport operations were not merely functional, they were expressions of authority, vision, and cosmology. The stones themselves, quarried, transported, and positioned with care, embodied the pharaoh's connection to the eternal. Each limestone block from Saqqara, each granite monolith from Aswan, was more than material, it was a bearer of intent, a silent participant in the construction of a lasting order. The logistical precision required to realize this vision speaks to a society capable of extraordinary foresight, even as some elements remain inexplicable to modern analysis. The archaeological record, with its inscriptions, reliefs, and remnants of infrastructure, allows us to glimpse this network of stone and labor. Yet, even in the face of such clarity, mystery persists. The oversized sarcophagus lids, the occasional deviations in block placement, the absence of certain records, all hint at knowledge lost, decisions unrecorded, and techniques now beyond our full comprehension. It is a system that demonstrates mastery while simultaneously provoking wonder. The more we understand, the more we realize the depth of what remains concealed. Walking today along the remnants of Wadi el-Jarf's harbor, or the canals that once bore granite blocks, one can almost hear the pulse of the Nile as it carried its cargo south to north, the chant of workers coordinating each pull on a sledge, the call of overseers ensuring order in a complex and massive enterprise. The stones, now silent, speak in their arrangement and scale of human ingenuity, of the precision and ambition that characterized Old Kingdom Egypt, and yet their silent testimony is paired with absence of methods fully explained, of motivations completely known, of a record unbroken through millennia. The Old Kingdom quarrying and transport system stands as a testament to organization, foresight, and ambition. It reminds us that monumental construction was never simply a matter of labor. It was an expression of human coordination, engineering, intuition, and sacred purpose. Each stone moved, each canal dug, each sledge drawn across the sand, is evidence of a civilization negotiating the demands of material and metaphysics alike. And, as we consider the vast distances traversed by granite, the coordinated movements of men and boats, and the surviving traces of administrative genius. We are left with a profound sense of Oya recognition that these early architects of stone achieved mastery, even as some of their methods remain tantalizingly out of reach. Chapter 22: Astronomical Alignments at Saqqara. Amid the shifting sands and the solemn silence of Saqqara, the pyramids do not rise merely as stone monuments to human ambition. They are markers of the sky, from the smallest mastaba to the towering pyramids of the Old Kingdom. There is a pattern, a dialogue between earth and cosmos, that endures across centuries. The architects and surveyors of ancient Egypt were not simply builders. They were observers of the heavens, aligning their creations with forces far larger than themselves. The careful placement of pyramids, causeways, and enclosures reveals a sophisticated awareness of celestial movements, a language of geometry and starry correspondence that whispers across millennia. Modern scholars have long noted the precision of these alignments. One of the most compelling studies was conducted by Kate Spence, who proposed that Old Kingdom surveyors established the orientation of pyramids using circumpolar stars. These stars, which never dip below the horizon, were considered eternal, an earthly reflection of the divine permanence Egyptians sought to emulate. By observing the simultaneous transit of two such stars, surveyors could pinpoint true north with remarkable accuracy, ensuring that the axis of a pyramid was fixed, not by chance, but by the immutable laws of the heavens. The Great Pyramid of Giza, slightly later in chronology than the pyramids of Saqqara, demonstrates this technique with near-perfect precision, but its roots can be traced to the earlier experimentation and observation at Saqqara itself. Within the Saqqara Necropolis, subtle variations in orientation appear when one examines the alignment of the pyramids over time. The Step Pyramid of Djoser, for instance, sits at an azimuth slightly offset from true north, while later pyramids of the 5th and 6th dynasties approach a greater precision. These deviations are not random errors. Instead, they suggest evolving surveying techniques, incremental improvements in observational accuracy, and perhaps even shifts in ritual or symbolic priorities. Each adjustment reflects a civilization in dialogue with both the heavens and its own traditions, seeking ever more perfect harmony between terrestrial construction and celestial order. Beyond cardinal alignment, Saqqara's monuments reveal an intimate connection with solar phenomena. Causeways often point toward positions on the horizon, where the sun rises or sets at specific times of the year, notably during solstices and equinoxes. These solar alignments were not purely decorative. They were functional and ceremonial. Seasonal festivals, many of which are recorded in later Egyptian texts, may have been synchronized with these orientations, embedding the movements of the sun into the rhythm of state ritual. The rising sun, illuminating a causeway at dawn, would cast shadows across the precincts, linking king, temple, and sky, in a choreography of light and stone. In this way, the pyramids and their associated structures acted as both calendars and cosmic stages, orchestrating human action to mirror celestial cycles. Yet, not all alignments are straightforward. Some deviations seem intentional, hinting at symbolic meanings that modern scholars struggle to decode. Certain enclosures are rotated slightly off-axis. Tombs are placed asymmetrically in relation to others nearby. These choices may reflect esoteric knowledge, theological statements, or cosmological metaphors lost to time. For instance, a slight tilt in a causeway could correspond to the appearance of a particular star on the horizon during a festival of rebirth or coronation, linking human events to the eternal movements of the cosmos. Each intentional variation creates a subtle tension, a narrative woven into stone, suggesting that the architects of Saqqara were not only engineers, but storytellers, embedding meaning in every angle and orientation. The consistency of astronomical principles across centuries underscores the depth of this shared cosmological framework. From the earliest mastabas to the grand pyramids of the 6th dynasty. The relationship between monuments and sky remained remarkably coherent. Surveyors and priests must have communicated not only technical skill but also ritual knowledge, transmitting practices that spanned generations. The recurrence of certain alignments, both cardinal and solar points, to a standardized understanding of the heavens, a celestial grammar that guided construction, ritual, and memory. In this light, Saqqara is more than a cemetery. It is a laboratory of time and sky, a place where knowledge of the cosmos was written in stone for eternity. Archaeological studies have also noted the importance of horizon phenomena in pyramid placement. Specific points on the horizon, such as the first glimpse of a star rising before dawn, were crucial for both ritual observance and practical surveying. The Egyptians referred to certain stars as imperishable, associating them with the eternal soul and the afterlife. Aligning a pyramid to such stars may have been a symbolic guarantee of the king's resurrection, a terrestrial mirror of celestial order. In this sense, the orientation of each pyramid was not merely a matter of engineering. It was an ethical and metaphysical statement, linking human life to the cycles of the cosmos. Some researchers propose that these alignments also had a political dimension. The placement of pyramids, temples, and causeways in relation to one another could assert continuity, dominance, and dynastic legitimacy. By anchoring monuments to the sky, pharaohs linked their rule to cosmic principles, presenting themselves as intermediaries between gods and people. Even subtle variations might communicate a particular theological or political nuance, readable to initiates or observers versed in the symbolic language of architecture. In this way, Saqqara's astronomical precision was both scientific and propagandistic, a silent yet powerful assertion of order, authority, and divine favor. Despite the considerable insights of modern astronomy and archaeology, many questions remain unanswered. Why do certain pyramids deviate from expected alignments? Were these deviations purely symbolic, or did practical constraints, terrain, resources, or earlier constructions play a role? Could some placements reflect now lost rituals, celestial observations, or cosmological concepts that have vanished from surviving texts? Each hypothesis reveals the limits of contemporary understanding, reminding us that the ancient Egyptians were operating within a conceptual world that was partly invisible to us. A blend of observation, ritual, and belief that leaves traces both obvious and elusive. Walking the causeways and precincts of Saqqara today, one is struck by the silent testimony of stone against sky. The monuments do not merely occupy space, they converse with it. Shadows fall where ancient surveyors intended. Light strikes niches at moments long anticipated, and stars rise along paths set thousands of years ago. This dialogue between earth and cosmos endures, unaltered, even as the human voices that once orchestrated it have faded. It is a living record of the mind and imagination of a civilization that understood time and space as inseparable, that saw the heavens reflected in their most earthly creations. The study of Saqqara's astronomical alignments is thus a journey into both the technical and the poetic. It requires an appreciation for geometry, observation, and ritual, as well as a willingness to embrace ambiguity. The monuments are precise, yet they are not rigid. They speak a language that blends science, symbolism, and spirituality. Each angle, each line of sight, is a story, a question, a meditation on the relationship between human aspiration and the eternal sky. As the sun rises and sets over the necropolis, as stars trace their unbroken circuits, Saqqara remains a testament to a civilization whose understanding of the cosmos was both meticulous and deeply reverent. In the end, the pyramids at Saqqara resist final interpretation. They align with stars, with solstices, with human imagination, yet they retain their mysteries. The subtle variations, the intentional deviation, the echoes of celestial precision all point to a knowledge that was both sophisticated and partially hidden, a dialogue between the visible and invisible, the earthly and divine. Here, at the edge of the desert, the monuments invite us to look upward, to consider the sky, and to ponder the intentions of those who first traced these sacred alignments in stone. They remind us that in studying the heavens, we are also studying human aspiration, ingenuity, and the desire to connect with something far greater than ourselves. Chapter 23. Subsurface Anomalies and Unexcavated Chambers. Beneath the sun-baked plateau of the sands conceal more than the visible tombs and mastabas that have long captivated archaeologists and pilgrims alike. In recent decades, modern technology has begun to pierce this ancient veil, revealing a landscape far more intricate than the eye alone can perceive. Remote sensing surveys ground-penetrating radar, magnetometry, and electromagnetic pulse methods have illuminated a network of subsurface anomalies, shapes and voids that hint at chambers, walls, and passageways lying several meters below the surface. These hidden features form geometric patterns, alignments, and voids whose significance is still largely speculative, their secrets buried beneath layers of wind-blown sand and millennia of sediment. Some of these anomalies lie directly beneath known structures, suggesting that the Saqqara we see today is but the final layer of a far older, more complex history. Beneath the foundations of familiar mastabas and tombs, traces of walls appear in precise formations, hinting at earlier phases of construction or abandoned architectural plans that never reached completion. The alignment of these buried walls often mirrors the orientation of later edifices, as though successive generations built not with erasure, but with continuity, layering their work atop the labors of predecessors whose names and deeds have been lost to time. Other anomalies emerge in apparent isolation, detached from any visible monument or pathway. Here, the imagination is compelled to wander. Might these voids mark forgotten tombs, clandestine shrines, or ceremonial chambers, whose presence was intended to be hidden, even in their own age? Or are they unfinished projects, conceived and then abandoned, their existence suspended between intention and oblivion? Without excavation, their precise purpose eludes understanding. Yet the patterns themselves speak of planning and design, a deliberate ordering of space that hints at Saqqara's long, layered evolution. The difficulty of exploring these hidden chambers is formidable. Excavation at this scale is fraught with logistical, technical, and conservation challenges. Shifting sands, fragile masonry, and the risk of structural collapse constrain the work of archaeologists, forcing many discoveries to remain intangible, known only through the faint signatures recorded by remote sensing instruments. Yet even without physical excavation, these surveys challenge conventional narratives, implying that beneath the plateau's familiar skyline lies a vast subterranean network, a mirror of human ambition and devotion cast into the shadows. Some researchers speculate that the subsurface anomalies may correspond to earlier ritual spaces, predating the mastabas and pyramids for which Saqqara is famous. The layering of construction suggests continuity. Sacred sites are rarely abandoned outright, but often built over their memory, preserved in alignment, orientation, or symbolic reference. In this sense, the anomalies could be remnants of temples, ceremonial platforms, or catacombs, belonging to periods scarcely documented in surviving records. Each void, each geometric form, becomes a fragmentary witness, whispering of human hands at work, long before the names of pharaohs or priests were inscribed in stone. The geometry of the detected anomalies adds another layer of intrigue. Some voids are rectangular, others appear as angular enclosures, suggesting walls or chambers of deliberate proportions. In certain areas, these shapes seem to echo the orientation of nearby pyramids or tombs, hinting at an underlying architectural logic spanning centuries. Whether these arrangements were conceived as part of a comprehensive plan or emerged organically from successive building projects is unclear. Yet their precision reinforces the notion that Saqqara's desert sands conceal a highly ordered, deliberate structure, even where human memory has faded. Beyond mere structural curiosity, these anomalies raise profound questions about what may have been lost to time. The desert is relentless. Wind and erosion shift sands over centuries, burying and erasing evidence of human activity. Tombs may have collapsed. Walls may have crumbled, leaving only traces detectable with modern instruments. Isolated voids, invisible to the naked eye, might correspond to burials that were never completed, or to ceremonial spaces intended to be secret, their existence known only to the initiates of long-forgotten cults. Each anomaly carries the weight of absence, reminding the modern observer that what is visible is only a fraction of what once existed. The challenge of interpretation is compounded by the lack of corroborating evidence. Remote sensing can identify voids and differences in soil composition, but it cannot reveal inscriptions, reliefs, or the subtle, symbolic markers that define much of Egyptian ritual practice. Without excavation, the anomalies remain as questions frozen in stone and sand. Their narrative potential tantalizing, yet elusive. Yet paradoxically, it is in this very uncertainty that their power resides. The unexcavated spaces invite imagination, demanding that scholars and observers alike confront the limits of knowledge and acknowledge the vast silence of history. Comparative studies with other necropolises add a layer of speculation, though never certainty. Elsewhere, in Egypt, subterranean chambers have been discovered beneath pyramids, beneath mastabas, and even within natural limestone formations, often revealing unexpected architectural complexity. At sites like Djoser and Giza, hidden passageways and subsidiary chambers hint at practices that were both ritualistic and practical: storage, preparation, and ceremonial interment. By analogy, the anomalies at Saqqara may represent similar layers of purpose spaces, designed to protect, to honor, or to mediate between the living and the dead. But the specifics remain veiled, awaiting patient excavation and careful interpretation. In recent years, the application of non-invasive technologies has begun to reveal even subtler features: variations in magnetic fields, slight depressions in soil density, and faint reflections from underground voids suggest that Saqqara may host a labyrinth of chambers, yet unimagined by those walking the surface. Each discovery compounds the sense that the necropolis is not a static tableau of tombs and pyramids, but a living, evolving landscape shaped over millennia by the layering of human intent, ritual practice, and architectural innovation. Yet, despite the sophistication of these surveys, the human element remains elusive. We see outlines of walls, voids, and chambers, but not the hands that built them, not the ceremonies that filled them with life, and not the intentions that guided their design. This is the essential tension of the subsurface anomalies. They are tangible in their geometry, yet spectral in their meaning. They speak of labor and devotion, but in a language that modern eyes can only partially decipher. The gaps between the sand and the stone, between detection and excavation, become a meditation on time itself, on the accumulation and loss of human endeavor across centuries. As we contemplate these hidden corridors, it is difficult not to imagine the moment of their creation. Perhaps they were first dug in soft limestone, chiseled by artisans, guided by ritual precision and religious fervor. Perhaps they were abandoned mid-construction, their unfinished walls left as markers of plans interrupted or of knowledge lost. Perhaps some were intended to remain hidden, secret chambers accessible only to the highest priests, their purpose never meant to be recorded in public memory. Whatever their origins, the anomalies hint at a Saqqara that is layered, dynamic, and much more complex than the visible monuments suggest. The silence of the sands, which has preserved these voids for millennia, is at once a protective shroud and a barrier to understanding. Each anomaly is a fragment of a story that cannot yet be told, a reminder that Saqqara's history is not fully written in stone. The inexcavated chambers and hidden walls challenge the modern archaeologist to reconcile the evidence of the surface with the promise of what lies beneath, the duality of presence and absence that defines the very nature of historical inquiry. In this way, the subsurface anomalies at Saqqara serve as both a promise and a provocation. They hint at a deeper history, a layered chronology that stretches beyond the familiar tombs and pyramids, inviting us to imagine the full complexity of human effort and devotion across millennia. Yet, because excavation is fraught with danger and ethical considerations, much will remain speculative. The sands, patient and indifferent, hold their secrets tightly, revealing only what modern eyes and instruments can detect without disturbing the delicate balance of preservation. To walk across Saqqara today, knowing that hidden beneath each step lies a network of voids and walls, is to enter a dialogue with time itself. One is reminded that the visible monuments, the pyramids, the mastabas, the chapels are but the surface of a far deeper, more intricate reality. And in the shadow of these anomalies, the imagination is compelled to linger, tracing shapes in the invisible, contemplating a necropolis whose full story has yet to emerge. The subsurface anomalies, then, are not merely archaeological curiosities. They are whispers from the past, shadows of intentions and constructions long buried, inviting patience, reverence, and continued exploration. They remind us that Saqqara is a palimpsest, a site where human devotion, labor, and ambition have been written over and over again, leaving traces in stone, in sand, and now, in the invisible geometries beneath the desert floor. Chapter 24: Echoes of the First and Second Dynasties. Beneath the sun-baked plateau of Saqqara, where the wind shifts ancient sands like hourglasses of time, fragments of a civilization long obscured whisper their stories here amidst layers of later constructions and burials. The faint traces of Egypt's earliest dynasties emerge, shards of pottery etched with delicate lines, seal impressions stamped with names that would otherwise have been lost, and fragments of stone vessels that speak of artisans learning the language of permanence. These artifacts are rare, scattered, and often fragile, yet they are the faint pulse of a nascent civilization, a memory that refuses complete silence. Each broken vessel, each impressed seal, is a thread connecting the second millennium BCE to the very first stirrings of pharaonic authority, when kings such as Hotep I and Ninth Djoser labored not only to consolidate power, but to shape a culture that would endure millennia. Some of the most compelling evidence of these early rulers is not found above ground, but below it. Subterranean galleries, partially collapsed and long hidden beneath later constructions, hint at a sophisticated architectural imagination already in motion. Hotep I, the founder of the Second Dynasty, constructed chambers that, in their layout, echoed designs that would much later appear beneath the grand pyramids of the Old Kingdom. Narrow corridors, vaulted chambers, and carefully aligned passageways suggest that the principles of sacred geometry and cosmological alignment were not inventions of Djoser's era, but refinements of an older architectural vocabulary. These early galleries are silent, yet they speak eloquently. The subterranean world was central to the spiritual and political life of early Egypt, a domain where kings asserted their authority, not only above ground, but within the earth itself. The transition from mud-brick mastabas to stone superstructures remains one of the most debated moments in Egyptology. Mud-brick, with its relative ease of construction, had dominated early dynastic cemeteries for centuries. Yet stone, enduring and precise, would come to define the grandeur of the Old Kingdom. Within Saqqara's layers, archaeologists have found subtle hints of experimentation. Stone blocks interspersed with mud brick, foundations designed to support heavier superstructures, and chambers with corbelled ceilings, anticipating later innovations. These fragments suggest that the shift to monumental stone architecture was neither sudden nor purely aesthetic. It was a process of experimentation, risk, and reverence in early civilization, learning how to impose permanence upon impermanence, and perhaps striving to mirror the eternal rhythms of the cosmos itself. Artifacts recovered from these early layers are often fragmentary, yet they reveal a world both sophisticated and fragile. Pottery fragments, once utilitarian, carry inscriptions that hint at administrative and ritual functions. Seal impressions bear the names of kings and officials, asserting authority in a language of images and symbols rather than words alone. Even the smallest stone vessel, chipped and eroded by centuries, demonstrates an understanding of form, proportion, and the symbolic value of material. Each piece is a fragment of memory, a voice that has survived the shifting sands of history, inviting us to imagine a court where kings and priests navigated both the temporal and spiritual realms with equal care. The early galleries themselves provide insight into a mindset that would shape Egyptian civilization for centuries. Narrow passageways, often illuminated only by flickering lamps, suggest that movement through these spaces was a ritual experience, a journey both practical and symbolic. Chambers were carefully proportioned and sometimes aligned with celestial points, hinting at a belief in the correspondence between the earth and the heavens. Even in their collapsed state, these subterranean structures demonstrate an understanding of geometry and load-bearing techniques that would later be perfected in pyramid construction. They reveal a civilization conscious of both mortality and eternity, one that sought to create spaces capable of housing not only the dead, but the enduring. Essence of kingship itself, the artifacts and structures of the first and second dynasties at Saqqara also illuminate the continuity of cultural memory. Later builders, including those of Djoser's Step Pyramid, appear to have been aware of these early experiments. The innovation of stone superstructures may have been informed by the remnants of collapsed galleries and foundations beneath the sands. By observing the successes and failures of their predecessors, there is a dialogue between the layers of conversation that stretches across generations, in which knowledge is inherited, adapted, and, in some cases, intentionally preserved. Saqqara itself becomes a palimpsest, a site where successive eras inscribe their ambitions atop the foundations of memory, allowing the earliest dynasties to echo through time, even when their names are scarcely remembered. Beyond architecture and artifacts, the material culture of these early dynasties hints at evolving social and religious practices. Burial offerings suggest a belief in an afterlife, where status, provision, and ritual propriety were paramount. Seal impressions and inscribed objects imply the presence of administrative hierarchies and the beginnings of bureaucratic governance, establishing patterns that would define Egyptian political life for centuries. Even minor discoveries, such as the arrangement of pottery in ritual sequences or the placement of small votive objects, reveal an understanding of symbolism and narrative, a consciousness that each object, each placement, carried meaning beyond its material utility. In this sense, the early dynasties were already engaged in constructing not only tombs, but a coherent worldview, one that would resonate through the grand monuments of later centuries. The fragility of these early layers is a reminder of the transient nature of human endeavor. Centuries of sand, water, and neglect have erased much, leaving only traces for modern archaeologists to interpret. Collapsed galleries and fragmented walls require reconstruction, not only in the laboratory, but in the imagination. Yet it is precisely this incompleteness that heightens the sense of wonder. Each shard or stone fragment becomes a portal, a fragmentary story that demands attention and contemplation. Saqqara's earliest dynasties, though distant in time, communicate through absence as much as presence, inviting those who walk among the ruins to consider what has been lost and what has endured. As we consider the galleries of Hotep-Sekhemwy and Niger, we glimpse the experimentation that would eventually culminate in Djoser's revolutionary design. These early kings, largely obscured in the shadow of later pharaohs, were not merely precursors, they were innovators in their own right, shaping the subterranean landscape with principles that anticipated the monumental architecture of the Old Kingdom. The passageways and chambers may have collapsed, yet their influence persists, embedded in the very rhythm of Saqqara's development. The site is thus both a tomb and a laboratory, a record of trial, ambition, and reverence. Walking among the scattered fragments, one becomes acutely aware of time's layering. Pottery shards, seal impressions, and collapsed stone walls exist not in isolation, but as parts of a continuum, a network of cultural memory linking the earliest dynasties to the grand achievements of subsequent generations. Saqqara emerges not as a static necropolis, but as a dynamic landscape of experimentation, devotion, and reflection. Each artifact recovered from these earliest layers serves as a testament to the persistence of human curiosity, ingenuity, and reverence. Reminder that even the most fragile beginnings can echo through millennia. The story of Saqqara's first and second dynasties remains incomplete. Collapsed galleries and fragmentary artifacts leave gaps that may never be fully bridged. Yet it is within these gaps that imagination and inquiry find space to breathe. The plateau's sands guard their secrets jealously, yet they also offer tantalizing glimpses into the minds of early kings and their subjects, revealing a civilization conscious of mortality, memory, and the sacred architecture that could transcend both. The echoes of these dynasties persist not only in stone and pottery, but in the very rhythm of Saqqara itself, rhythm that carries forward, shaping every step taken across its shifting sands. Chapter 25. The Ancient Memphis Connection. Long before the pyramids of Giza rose to challenge the sky, and even before the funerary complexes of Saqqara sprawled across the desert, like stone-etched constellations, Memphis existed, the great capital of a nascent kingdom, a city of power, an organization whose full grandeur is still glimpsed only in fragments. Founded, according to tradition, by Menes at the dawn of the first dynasty, Memphis lay at the juncture of Upper and Lower Egypt, where the life-giving waters of the Nile widened into a fertile basin. It was here, in this confluence of geography and ambition, that the Egyptian state first demonstrated its capacity for centralized control, a capacity that would sustain the great building projects that define the Old Kingdom. Archaeologists, working along the Abu corridor, have gradually begun to uncover traces of men's invisible hand in the landscape. Between the necropolises and the capital itself, fragments of administrative buildings emerge. Mud brick walls inscribed with seals, storerooms filled with clay tags recording the dispatch of limestone, copper tools, and grain. These were not idle spaces. They were the nerve centers of a kingdom whose heartbeat pulsed in carefully recorded numbers, in lists of workers, in ration and in inventories that measured the ambitions of kings against the realities of resources and labor. Clay ceilings, often discarded or broken in the course of everyday operations, have become invaluable. Each bears the name of an official, a title, a date, or a mark of authority. From these small, fragile objects, a larger picture of administrative control begins to take shape. A ceiling from the reign of Unas, for instance, reveals a chain of command stretching from the royal household in Memphis to quarry sites near Tura, and to workshops within Saqqara itself. These workshops, where masons and artisans worked stone and wood, were not isolated. They were intimately linked to the central authority of Memphis, which issued directives, collected taxes, and allocated labor in a way that sustained the production of monumental architecture. Some scholars suggest that the rise of pyramid construction, far more than the innovations of an individual architect or the inspiration of a single king, was the product of Memphis's administrative sophistication. The city orchestrated a symphony of labor. Farmers, craftsmen, scribes, and transporters moving materials along predictable schedules, each step carefully logged and accounted for. It is a vision of statecraft as much as it is of architecture, where the pyramid itself becomes a testament not only to divine kingship, but also to bureaucratic prowess. Without such coordination, even the most ambitious ruler would have struggled to marshal the thousands of workers and millions of stone blocks required to raise a royal tomb. Yet, Memphis itself remains only partially explored. Excavations have revealed tantalizing glimpses of its residential quarters, temple precincts, and marketplaces. But much of the city lies buried beneath centuries of later construction and the shifting sands of the Nile floodplain, where Saqqara offers the grandeur of completed monuments. Memphis presents a puzzle of absence and implication. It is the city that organized these works, yet the evidence of its own structure is scattered and incomplete. From the fragments recovered, we know that officials' houses were arranged along planned streets, that workshops were concentrated in certain districts, and that storage facilities were systematically placed to serve both administrative and ceremonial needs. But how these elements interlocked into the daily rhythm of governance, the precise mechanisms that enabled kings to transform authority into stone, remains elusive. What emerges from these partial glimpses is a portrait of Memphis as both a hub and a conduit. Its officials supervised the flow of materials to Saqqara: limestone quarried at Tura and transported on the Nile, copper for chisels and saws, grain to feed laborers, and timber from the distant Levant. These elements were catalogued meticulously, often via clay ceilings, impressed with the names of supervisors. The repetition of certain names across multiple sites suggests a permanent bureaucracy capable of oversight beyond the immediate boundaries of the capital. Memphis was not a passive backdrop to monumental construction. It was a dynamic engine, translating royal ambition into logistical reality. Yet the city's influence extended beyond raw materials. Ritual, religion, and ideology were also coordinated from Memphis. Priests recorded offerings, prepared ceremonies, and ensured that the mortuary cults of kings and officials received ongoing attention. Inscriptions on stele and tomb walls hint at Memphis's role in standardizing religious practices, creating a shared framework of belief that legitimized royal authority. The administrative and the sacred intertwined. Governance required divine sanction, and religious observances depended on centralized oversight. In this way, the monumental complexes at Saqqara, from the Step Pyramid of Djoser to the pyramids of Unas and beyond, are as much artifacts of governance as they are of devotion. Memphis's administrative reach also illuminates the human labor behind the monuments. The laborers, whose names are rarely recorded in stone, were nonetheless subject to precise accounting. Scribes tallied rations, overseers directed teams, and specialized craftspeople carried out intricate tasks with exacting skill. These operations, coordinated across multiple sites, reveal a network that is as much civic as it is royal. Without Memphis as a coordinating hub, the scale of Old Kingdom construction would have been impossible. The city was the fulcrum upon which the entire pyramid-building enterprise rested. Archaeological investigation continues to fill in some of these details. Trenches have revealed workshops with evidence of copper tool production, stone-cutting yards, and storage areas where papyri and administrative records may have once been kept. Yet the full extent of Memphis's organizational capacity remains a matter of speculation, and scholars often rely on indirect evidence: the alignment of monuments, patterns of artifact distribution, and comparisons with better preserved administrative centers from later periods. These traces, however, hint at a sophistication that resonates across millennia. A city designed to manage, sustain, and project the ambitions of a pharaoh through both stone and order. Despite these insights, questions linger. How did Memphis adapt to shifts in political power or resource availability? How were decisions made when kings died unexpectedly, or when construction projects were disrupted by famine, rebellion, or bureaucratic inertia? The surviving evidence provides glimpses, but rarely answers definitively. Memphis's story is therefore a palimpsest, written over by time, obscured by sand, and only partially revealed through the diligent work of archaeologists. In some ways, it is the very gaps in the record that illuminate the city's importance. What we do not see forces us to recognize the scale of what must have existed. The connection between Memphis and Saqqara is not merely logistical, it is emblematic. The capital shaped the necropolis, which in turn projected the authority and religious ideology of the kingdom. Each tomb, each pyramid, each administrative workshop is a node in a network that spans the desert. And yet, while Saqqara's monuments speak loudly across centuries, Memphis whispers. Its walls, streets, and palaces lie buried, and with them, the full story of a city that orchestrated one of humanity's earliest and most ambitious building programs, remains tantalizingly incomplete. Standing among the foundations of Saqqara, one senses the presence of a city that no longer fully exists. Memphis, the great capital, casts its shadow through time, unseen yet deeply felt. The stones of the necropolis, the scattered ceilings, and the faint traces of workshops all testify to a central authority that could command, organize, and sustain monumental creation. And yet, the city itself, its streets, its marketplaces, its temples, is largely a mystery, a memory, half buried beneath the desert's layers. In this interplay of presence and absence, Memphis reminds us that monumental architecture is not merely the product of inspiration or divine mandate. It is the outcome of an entire city's coordination of administration, labor, and logistics. It is the imprint of a capital whose hands reached far beyond its own walls, shaping the desert landscape into a testament to power, faith, and human ingenuity. And so, as we move among the ruins of Saqqara, we are drawn backward to the unseen city that made them possible. Memphis remains partially hidden, a silent partner in the creation of a landscape of stone. Its full story waits, buried beneath centuries of sediment and memory, whispering questions that have yet to be answered. Chapter 26. Symbolism of the Ben and the pyramid form. The pyramid, rising from the sands of ancient Egypt, is more than a monumental tomb. Its unmistakable silhouette is a symbol steeped in layers of meaning, a structure where theology and authority converge in stone. At the heart of this symbolism lies the Benbun, the sacred, primordial stone of Heliopolitan myth. According to later texts, the Benbun represented the first land to emerge from the chaotic waters of creation, the origin point of all life and cosmic order. Though these texts were written centuries after the earliest pyramids, the resonance of the Benbun is evident in the architectural forms of the Step Pyramid at Saqqara, the earliest large-scale stone structure in Egypt. The pyramid form is not merely functional, it is an embodiment of theological concept, a physical echo of creation itself. The Step Pyramid of Djoser, often described as a mastaba evolved upward, is a visible trace of symbolic layering. Each ascending step may have been intended to reflect a deliberate cosmological principle, guiding the pharaoh's soul from the earthly realm toward the divine. The structure begins with a broad, rectangular base, reminiscent of a traditional mastaba, and then rises through a series of increasingly narrow platforms. Some scholars suggest that these terraces were meant to symbolize the stages of creation or the ascent toward the celestial. Others argue the design reflects practical experimentation, an engineering solution that incidentally assumed a symbolic character. Yet the very act of stacking these stone layers into a towering monument inevitably evokes ideas of ordered progression, the emergence of form from formlessness, concept closely aligned with the narrative of the Benbun. The smooth-sided pyramids that followed, beginning with Sneferu's Medum and culminating in the Great Pyramid at Giza, suggest an evolution toward cosmological perfection. The elimination of steps transforms the pyramid into a singular, uninterrupted plane, a geometric abstraction that may have reflected the perfection of creation itself. Here, the pyramid becomes both a microcosm and a macrocosm, a representation of divine order. The axis between earth and sky, and a literal reflection of the sun's rays. The shape was no longer simply a resting place for kings. It became a theological statement, an architectural metaphor for the sun's regenerative power and the eternal cycle of life and death. Yet this symbolism, powerful as it is difficult to trace definitively to Djoser's time. While later inscriptions and priestly texts describe the pyramid as connected to the Benben, the extent to which these ideas were formalized in the Third Dynasty remains debated. It is possible that Djoser's architects and scribes inherited a pre-existing symbolic framework, one already steeped in notions of creation, cosmic order, and divine kingship, and translated it into stone. Saqqara's Step Pyramid, with its complex network of chapels, courts, and corridors, reflects not only engineering innovation, but also the crystallization of ideological priorities. The pharaoh as mediator between heaven and earth, as the axis mundi through which cosmic and terrestrial order was maintained. Archaeological evidence at Saqqara offers subtle hints of these layered meanings. The Step Pyramid complex is surrounded by ceremonial structures, whose alignment and placement suggest deliberate cosmological considerations. The satellite pyramids, chapels, and shrines appear not only to serve ritual functions, but also to create a symbolic landscape, a terrestrial mirror of celestial order. The pyramid itself, rising from this landscape, dominates the site, as both a functional tomb and a cosmological anchor. Each stone, each step, is imbued with a tangible expression of the intertwining of practical engineering and sacred ideology. The Benben itself, as a symbol, provides a powerful lens through which to understand this architectural evolution. It embodies the emergence of order from chaos, the material manifestation of creation that recurs across Egyptian myth. In this sense, the pyramid may be understood as a monumental Benben, a structure in which the king's tomb and the cosmic principle converge. The smooth-sided pyramid intensifies this analogy, presenting a singular, radiant form that mirrors the sacred stone's perfection. In the ritual imagination of ancient Egypt, the pyramid and the Benben are inseparable. One, a terrestrial monument; the other, a mythic symbol, both expressing continuity, stability, and the emergence of life and authority from primordial waters. The evolution from mastaba to step pyramid to smooth-sided pyramid also hints at a philosophical layering of meaning. While practical consideration, structural stability, material availability, and architectural experimentation outwardly shaped the form, the resulting structures cannot be divorced from their symbolic resonance. Each stage of evolution, each incremental innovation, reflects a society increasingly conscious of architecture as a medium of ideological expression. The pyramid's shape conveys more than a burial place. It embodies the pharaoh's role as guarantor of Mat, the principle of cosmic and social order. Its geometric precision, its alignment with cardinal points, and its presence within carefully planned complexes reinforce the king's connection to the celestial and the eternal. The convergence of practical engineering and religious ideology at Saqqara is evident in the meticulous construction techniques. Builders employed massive limestone blocks, expertly cut and transported from nearby quarries. Yet the arrangement of these blocks was far from arbitrary. The pyramid's orientation toward the cardinal directions, the placement of temples and causeways, and the integration of subterranean chambers all demonstrate an awareness of both functional necessity and symbolic resonance. The architecture communicates a deliberate message. The king is the axis between the mortal realm and the eternal, and the pyramid is the instrument through which this order is expressed. Even within the complex of the Step Pyramid, the layering of form conveys multiple levels of meaning. The inner chambers, designed for the pharaoh's burial and the performance of rituals, echo the sacred ascent of the soul. The surrounding courtyards, chapels, and subsidiary structures reflect the pharaoh's authority over both the living and the dead. These spaces, though separated by stone walls and corridors, are connected through symbolic lines, mirroring mythic concepts of emergence and regeneration. In this architectural symphony, the Benben is both motif and principle. The stone of creation is translated into verticality, solidity, and ordered geometry. Scholars continue to debate the precise theological and symbolic intentions behind the pyramid form. Some suggest that Djoser's architects were primarily concerned with practical innovation, with symbolism emerging only retrospectively. Others argue that the design represents a conscious integration of pre-existing mythic ideas into a built environment. The lack of contemporary explanatory texts leaves space for interpretation. Yet the enduring association between the pyramid and the benbin suggests that the architects were attuned to these deeper cosmological resonances. The Step Pyramid and the pyramids that followed stand as a testament to this synthesis of function, ideology, and symbolic power. Ultimately, the pyramid form embodies a dialogue between earth and sky, mortality and eternity, chaos and order. Its roots in the imagery of the benbin reflect a civilization's attempt to capture the ineffable, the emergence of life from primordial waters, the ascent of the pharaoh's soul, and the maintenance of cosmic balance. Through stone, geometry, and ritual, the Egyptians created a language of permanence and symbolism, a narrative written not on papyrus, but in enduring blocks of limestone and basalt. The Step Pyramid at Saqqara, with its layered terraces and complex subsidiary structures, provides the earliest, most vivid illustration of this language, the language that would define the pyramid form for centuries to come. As the sun sets over casting long shadows across the stepped terraces, one can sense the silent dialogue between the earth and the sky, between myth and material. The benbon lives in stone, not merely as a concept, but as a visible, tangible presence in the architecture of the Step Pyramid. And though centuries of erosion and human activity have altered the original landscape, the fundamental message endures. The pyramid is at once tomb, temple, and cosmic symbol, a monument to creation, authority, and the enduring mystery of existence itself. Chapter 27. Knowledge Loss After the Old Kingdom. The end of the Old Kingdom, a period often heralded as the zenith of monumental ambition, was followed by a time of turbulence and fragmentation. A chapter of Egyptian history marked not by the erection of colossal pyramids, but by the quiet erosion of knowledge. The Sixth Dynasty, culminating with the reigns of Pepe II and his successors, gave way to a succession of weak rulers and regional powers, each vying for authority across a land once tightly bound under a single pharaonic order. As the central state weakened, the grand machinery of monumental construction faltered, and with it, the meticulous administrative and ritual frameworks that had enabled the Old Kingdom's achievements began to unravel. This unraveling was not merely political. It was profoundly practical. The priests, scribes, and artisans, who had preserved and transmitted the technical wisdom of stone quarrying, transportation, and precise alignment of pyramids, faced disruption in their lineages. Temples and tombs, long-kept repositories of encoded knowledge, fell into disrepair or were repurposed by successive generations. The careful records, the schematics of construction, and the rituals that had intertwined with engineering were lost to time, leaving later generations to reconstruct practices from fragmentary evidence, relying on intuition as much as on inherited instruction. Archaeologists, examining Saqqara and other Old Kingdom necropolises, encounter this discontinuity tangibly. Excavation layers reveal an intricate palimpsest of reuse and renovation. Stones from abandoned pyramids were often quarried for smaller projects. Reliefs were recarved, inscriptions erased and overwritten, and architectural motifs reinterpreted to suit new dynasties. Even the very act of rebuilding carried with it echoes of memory, sometimes precise, often imperfect, hinting at a civilization striving to maintain continuity while grappling with the gaps left by centuries of interruption. One sees this in Middle Kingdom pyramids, which, while echoing the geometries and orientations of Old Kingdom predecessors, are constructed on a reduced scale and with varying attention to alignment and material quality. These structures suggest not the total retention of expertise, but a selective memory, a partial grasp of past techniques, filtered through centuries of uncertainty. Administrative records, once painstakingly maintained to coordinate labor and resources for monumental building, largely vanish during this period. Royal annals, logistical accounts, and ritual instructions, the texts that had guided successive projects, survive only in fragments. Inscriptions on temple walls or scattered papyri, often damaged or incomplete. For later scribes and architects, this meant piecing together methods and rituals from scattered evidence, creating a hybrid of practical reconstruction and interpretive guesswork. The result is that the Middle Kingdom, while reviving pyramid building, achieved continuity only in outline. The precision and audacity of Old Kingdom designs were never fully replicated, and in some instances, innovations were abandoned or transformed. The loss of knowledge was not simply technical. It carried ritual and cultural consequences. In the Old Kingdom, the act of building was inseparable from religious cosmology. Pyramids and tombs were not just architectural feats. They were manifestations of cosmic order, linking the living to the divine and the present to eternity. When knowledge of alignment, proportion, and ceremonial procedure was disrupted, the symbolism embedded in architecture also shifted. Middle Kingdom pyramids, while structurally competent, bear fewer references to the expansive, finely calibrated cosmologies of their predecessors. Sacred spaces became more constrained, ritual sequences simplified, and the monumental scale that had once marked divine authority was tempered by the practical limitations of a fragmented society. Yet the archaeological record suggests that memory did not vanish entirely. Certain practices persisted, though in altered form. Craft techniques for carving stone, forming mud bricks, or creating mortise-and tenon joints in timber survived in workshops, passed orally or through apprenticeship rather than through formalized records. Iconography, too, persisted as a mnemonic device. Reliefs of laborers, boats, and offerings continued to appear, echoing Old Kingdom conventions. These elements, while partial, acted as threads, connecting the distant past to the present, allowing builders of the Middle Kingdom to access fragments of earlier expertise, even as they contended with the erosion of systematic knowledge. The evidence of reuse in Saqqara is particularly telling. Old mastabas were often incorporated into new constructions, their walls serving as foundations or casing stones for smaller pyramids and temples. Reliefs were adapted, overpainted, or selectively preserved, creating a layered visual narrative that blends eras and intentions. Each layer, each reinterpreted element, speaks to a civilization negotiating with its own memory, retrieving what could be salvaged, reimagining what was lost, and, inevitably, allowing gaps to persist. These architectural strata serve as both historical record and symbolic reminder. Knowledge, no matter how meticulously preserved, is always vulnerable to disruption, decay, and reinterpretation. The fragility of Old Kingdom expertise is also reflected in textual traditions. Later, Middle Kingdom scribes sometimes misunderstood or recontextualized inscriptions, misreading earlier hieroglyphs or misapplying ceremonial formulas. In some cases, the function of objects or ritual spaces is unclear, precisely because the sequence of knowledge transmission was broken. For scholars today, this presents a dual challenge: to interpret the physical remains while also accounting for the discontinuities introduced over centuries of social and political instability. The loss is therefore both material and conceptual, encompassing the methods of construction and the worldview that had given them purpose. Yet, even amid loss, the process of adaptation is evident. Techniques once used in pyramid construction were modified to suit smaller-scale projects or regional priorities. Builders experimented with new materials, adjusted alignments, and developed practical innovations to compensate for missing instructions. These adaptations suggest a society resilient in the face of partial amnesia. Civilization that preserved the essence of its architectural tradition, even as it relinquished the full mastery of the past. In this way, the period following the Old Kingdom becomes a study, not merely of decay, but of transition. A space where memory, loss, and reconstruction intertwine. The Middle Kingdom revival of pyramid building, although less ambitious, embodies a conscious engagement with history. Its scaled-down monuments, often accompanied by smaller mortuary temples and more localized cemeteries, demonstrate a deliberate attempt to reclaim the symbolic authority of the Old Kingdom. Yet this reclamation is always tempered by awareness of gaps. Techniques must be improvised, alignments approximated, rituals adapted. The archaeological evidence thus reveals a civilization negotiating continuity and discontinuity, striving to remember what was once known while accepting the limits of inherited understanding. In this light, Saqqara stands as both a witness and a participant in the narrative of loss. Each stone, each layer of mud brick, each overwritten relief carries within it the tension between preservation and forgetting. The site is a chronicle of evolving practice, a mosaic of memory fragmented across generations. Through its palimpsest of labor, ritual, and adaptation, one glimpses the vulnerability of even the most sophisticated knowledge systems, and the persistent human effort to sustain them, even when full mastery has slipped from reach. As the Middle Kingdom monuments rise amidst the remnants of their predecessors, the story of knowledge loss remains palpable. It is etched into the walls, embedded in the ruins, and preserved in the gaps between what is known and what must be inferred. The political, social, and practical disruptions that followed the Sixth Dynasty left an enduring mark, reminding us that even civilizations of extraordinary skill are subject to fragility, and that the continuity of knowledge depends not only on ingenuity, but on the preservation of institutions, lineages, and records. And so, in walking the layered sands of Saqqara, one cannot help but sense the quiet weight of absence, the missing texts, the interrupted sequences, the half-remembered rituals. The Middle Kingdom builders may have revived the pyramid, but they did so with only fragments of a grander vision. Their structures are at once testimony and question, a record of ingenuity, yet also a reminder of how easily mastery can fade. In these gaps, in the interplay of preservation and loss, the history of Egypt reveals itself, not only through what survives, but through what has vanished, leaving future generations to reconstruct, interpret, and wonder. Chapter 28. Who truly built Saqqara's pyramids? Open reflection. To stand among the ancient stones of Saqqara is to confront time itself, folded into layers of sand, limestone, and human ingenuity. The pyramids here, from the stepped experiments of Djoser to the more refined forms of Unas and beyond, are not the product of a single hand or a solitary vision. They are, instead, the cumulative achievement of generations, engineers, artisans, quarrymen, surveyors, scribes, priests, each contributing skill and knowledge that would evolve over centuries. These monuments rise as silent witnesses to a process both meticulous and mysterious, reflecting a civilization that learned, experimented, and perfected through observation, tradition, and the unseen hand of ritual practice. The earliest layers of innovation, however, remain elusive. Imhotep, the architect of Djoser's Step Pyramid, occupies a liminal space between historical record and legend. His name survives, yet his methods and the archives that might have documented them are lost to time. Scholars have pieced together clues from later inscriptions and architectural parallels. Yet, there are gaps that no excavation has fully bridged. Beneath the sands, anomalies persist. substructures and foundations that defy easy categorization, chambers whose purpose is only partially understood, and alignments whose mathematical sophistication challenges assumptions about early Egyptian engineering. Each stone seems to whisper questions rather than offer answers, a reminder that history is as much absence as presence, and that what survives is only a fragment of what once was. In considering the labor behind these pyramids, it is tempting to envision vast armies of enslaved workers, as popular imagination often suggests. Yet archaeological evidence paints a more nuanced picture. The workforce was likely highly organized, composed of skilled artisans and seasonal laborers who brought both knowledge and devotion to the project. Graffiti, pottery shards, and burial remains indicate careful provisioning and hierarchical management, reflecting an infrastructure as complex as the monuments themselves. These pyramids were not the product of brute force alone. They were the result of coordination, planning, and an intimate understanding of materials, geometry, and celestial cycles. Every stone placed, every corridor aligned, was the culmination of experience accumulated over decades, perhaps centuries. Symbolism weaves through every layer of these monuments, hinting at the spiritual dimensions of their creation. From the stepped terraces of the early pyramids to the corbelled chambers of the later ones, there is a recurring pattern: architecture as a vessel for cosmic and religious order. The alignment with cardinal points, the orientation toward specific stars, the incorporation of ritual spaces and texts, all of these indicate that the builders were not solely concerned with physical durability, but with metaphysical resonance. Even when material traces are lost, the continuity of symbolic knowledge persists. Certain motifs recur with remarkable fidelity across dynasties, suggesting a cultural memory that transcended individual reigns. It is as if the stones themselves were taught to remember, carrying forward instructions from one generation to the next. Yet, for all that we know, the origins of many methods remain shrouded. Quarrying techniques, the precise calibration of inclines, and the methods of transporting massive blocks over desert terrain are still debated. Did the Egyptians employ lubricated sledges or water-assisted ramps? How did teams maintain alignment over hundreds of meters? Such questions reveal the tension between visible evidence and hidden expertise. The pyramids are not merely monuments. They are problem-solving exercises frozen in stone. Each decision made by the builders, from the angle of a slope to the placement of a relieving chamber, reflects a synthesis of empirical knowledge, ritual practice, and aesthetic judgment. Their mastery was iterative, built upon the experience of their predecessors, yet always reaching for solutions that exceeded the capabilities of any single individual. The continuity of Saqqara's pyramid complex is particularly striking. Despite changes in dynastic power, political upheaval, and environmental pressures, certain architectural principles endure. The knowledge of stone cutting, of weight distribution, of sacred proportion, was preserved, adapted, and transmitted. It is in these continuities that we glimpse the collective mind behind the pyramids, not an individual genius alone, but a civilization capable of long-term planning and sustained creativity. The question of authorship then becomes more complex than attributing achievement to one king, one architect, or one dynasty. The pyramids are the product of an evolving tradition, layered upon itself like the foundations of the structures they produced. The unexcavated portions of Saqqara remind us of the limits of understanding. Beneath dunes and modern streets lie chambers yet unseen, inscriptions yet unread, and anomalies that may challenge our assumptions about chronology and technique. Even within well-studied tombs, subtle features continue to elude explanation. Certain alignments, minor reliefs, or irregularities suggest experimentation, correction, or perhaps knowledge now lost. In these absences, imagination and scholarship converge. The pyramid becomes not only a monument of the past, but a mirror for inquiry, reflection, and humility. The mystery is not a failure of archaeology, but a feature of history itself, preserving spaces for questions as much as for answers. One of the most striking lessons of Saqqara is the convergence of labor, ritual, and vision. Administrators coordinated resources. Priests oversaw ceremonial compliance. Artisans shaped stone into precise forms. And yet, all these roles were unified by a shared cosmology, a cultural imperative to align the mortal with the eternal. In this sense, the pyramids are less the work of a person than the embodiment of a society's collective intelligence and spiritual aspiration. The stones, the inscriptions, the architectural solutions all speak to the human capacity to synthesize technical skill, observation of natural laws, and metaphysical ambition into enduring forms. As we reflect upon the question, who truly built Saqqara's pyramids, it becomes clear that the answer is not a single name or a single moment. It is a continuum. It is the memory of those who labored, thought, and prayed, preserved in stone and sand. It is the echo of generations refining techniques, transmitting knowledge, and maintaining cultural traditions that bridge centuries. The pyramids themselves are archives, not of events alone, but of cumulative human understanding, engineering principles, spiritual philosophy, and social organization, embedded into each carefully placed block. In this light, the pyramids are as much about process as outcome, a testament to the unfolding narrative of a civilization seeking to reconcile mortality and eternity. And yet, the reflection remains open. Every excavation exposes new fragments and raises new questions. Every translation of a text, every survey of a foundation hints at knowledge, yet inaccessible. The story of Saqqara is not closed nor fully knowable. It is an ongoing dialogue between past and present, between what was preserved and what remains hidden. The pyramids endure, not merely as monuments of stone, but as invitations to ponder, to imagine, and to wonder at the convergence of human ambition and cosmic order. Perhaps, then, the most profound answer to who built these pyramids is that they are the creation of many minds across time, each one leaving a mark that echoes into eternity, yet none of them entirely revealed. The question lingers, unresolved, like the shifting sands around these silent structures. Who built the pyramids? Perhaps it is less a matter of discovery and more an acknowledgement that human ingenuity, spiritual devotion, and collective memory can transcend generations, leaving legacies that endure long after names are forgotten. Saqqara whispers to us still, inviting each visitor, each scholar, each seeker to step into the mystery and to bear witness to a civilization that mastered both stone and time, yet left us the most enduring answer in the form of questions.